It's Kaho. Awake for something. Ready for duty. I can't believe I I messed up my fabled, whatchamacallit, my fabled intro in the first few seconds. Yahoo! Yahoo! Yeah, today, I'm so excited. Today, right, I'm doing a, whatchamacallit, I'm doing a, celebration stream. A celebration stream. Okay, wait, real quickly, let me explain what the celebration is, and then I'll thank someone. Actually, no, let's just leave the YouTube people confused. Thank you to the Twitch person who just followed me. Yeah, so, whatchamacallit, what am I trying to say? Today's celebration is, my Twitch debut! So for anyone on Twitch right now who's watching, I started streaming on YouTube a couple weeks ago, but I couldn't get the, dual streaming working on both Twitch and YouTube. And so, I was just on YouTube for a couple weeks, but now, I'm back. I'm back on Twitch. So thank you everybody who's currently watching. It's exciting. It's an exciting day. Yeah. We've got a celebrations today. We've got, a lot of things to talk about. If you want to talk about anything, obviously you can just leave it in the, in chat, and I'll try to read every message. Don't worry, I can read every message. But yeah. So, yeah, today's just celebrations, happiness, joy. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, I'll give a brief introduction about myself. I am Kaho Nyaneko. That's me. And I was born 2 weeks ago, actually. And how was I born? Well, whatchamacallit, I was just a feeble catfish, right? Feeble cat, just a regular cat. I was just a feeble cat, right? And one day I was walking through the outback in the land down under, trying to find my next meal. And so I went swimming, and I found a delicious catfish, and I ate them all up. But then after eating up the catfish, right, he comes out, his spirit comes out of his body and is like, "Oh, you cat." And I'm like, "What? Me?" And it's like, "Yeah, you ate me." And I'm like, "Oh, well." I'm like, "I suppose I did eat you." And then he says, "Well, I am the god worshipped by all of the shrimple," which is you guys, by the way. You guys are the shrimple, okay? There's also a shrimple on my head, up on my ahega. There's also a shrimple on my shoulder right now, and one on my tail, which you'll see later. But yeah, whatchamacallit, he was like, "Yeah, for eating me, someone, the shrimple have to have someone to worship, so I'm gonna give you sentience." And so that's how I turned into what I am now. If I can actually, hold on. I can shrink myself. Hello. Yahoo. This is what I am in full. So you can see I've got cat ears because I was a cat, but I've also got a catfish tail. It's kind of just a general tail, I've been told, but just know it comes from the catfish, okay? Yeah. So, that's a general about me. I create a whole website about this if we want to go check out the website, maybe. A whole website being like, "Oh, this is everything that, everything that's about me." Hold on, shall we? Do you want me to? I'll bring it up. Just you wait. I got you. Another exciting announcement while I do this actually is that I finally got donations working. So, there's a link in both YouTube and Twitch, in the description, about me page, whatever. You can find it. And yeah, anyone who, I can give an example donation actually. Let me do that. But yeah, anyone who donates, it will send a message in chat, and it will also come up with a little pop-up, and you can use TTS, so whatever message you put in your donation will come up on TTS. And yeah, it's just super fun. So let me give an example right now. Any suggestions for the name? We'll name this person John. And John wants to say, good luck. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? There we go. John tipped $5 saying good luck. Yeah, so I also got that up and running, and that's exciting because I was trying to do that for a little while. It almost took me an all-nighter, but it didn't. I managed to sleep last night. Are you proud of me? Anyways, let's bring up the website. Where is it? And move it up here. And boom. Hold on, you're gonna have to give me a second, okay? I'm trying to get this working, okay? And I do that. And then I share my screen. Here we go. We're using old content, are we? So this is my about. I did program this myself in HTML actually. So if you want to praise me, you can go ahead and praise me. Anyways, ignore the age. The age is a little bit different now. I'm now, 15 days old? Oh no, 14 days old. I'm now 15 days old. Yeah. Canonically, at least. My height is 154, rounded up. My birthday is the 23rd of August, but I do acknowledge that I do live in a rather weird time zone. I live with the JST time zone, and so right now it's actually Monday. But for everyone watching from the Americas and from Europe and Africa and some parts of Asia right now, happy Father's Day, I suppose. Father's Day was yesterday for me, but happy Father's Day to the rest of you. What else is there? My likes and dislikes. I really like chips. Hello, Jonathan28. Yahoo! Hello, thank you for joining in today. Yeah, I really like chips, but I really hate chips. You notice we call fries what many people call fries, so like the hot, deep fried. Well, I usually air fry my chips, but you know, normally if you go to a restaurant, they're deep fried potato. Those ones, I like those. I really like those, but I really hate chips, which are also known as crisps. You know, the crunchy ones that sort of feel weird in your mouth and don't really taste that good. Yeah, I don't like those ones. I really like shrimp. I really like anime figures. I like women. I like plushies. I like shrimp. I like board games, hugging things, shrimp, and chai latte. But I really do not like coffee. I really love chai latte, but I really hate coffee. You can fight me on this one. You can fight me if you want, but it's just true. Chai latte is better than coffee. Yeah. I'm just gonna speedrun this. If you want to see the full me going through everything, it is on YouTube. But apart from that, here's the full goals list. And then my character sheets. Here is me with my jacket on. As you saw before, when I zoomed out, and it was the full body Kaho Nyaneko. This is what I look like. I also, you notice at the back of my jacket, I've got a little fin. I've got a little fin. And I can put a hat on. Hold on, are you ready? Not a hat, a hood. I can put a hood on. It's nice and comfy in here. I can also take my jacket off. And then, this is you guys. This is you guys. You'll notice if you go to my about section, I had to draw you guys for a little bit. And so, you guys are actually in there. Yeah, whoops. That's not the right thing I wanted to do. Damn, what do you mean you look ugly? Oh, you mean this one? I don't think it's too ugly. Don't worry, you're not actually the catfish. You're the little shrimp on top of the catfish's ahoga, or whatever that thing is called. I call it an ahoga. I'm not sure what biologically it's called, but yeah, you're actually the little shrimp. And so, I think the shrimp is a little bit cute. Don't you agree? But no, you just use the catfish by mind control, by asking them very nicely to help you get around, and yeah, they just walk around for you, and you're just hitching a ride on them. I guess. Alright then. I don't think you look that ugly. I drew you myself up. Thank you very much. It's okay. I'll always love you guys. I always think you guys are super pretty. No bias here. Okay, just a little bit of bias. Anything else here? Tags. Doesn't really matter. You guys don't care about the tags. The schedule's not even working anymore. It's an old schedule. We don't need this damn website to chat. Let's just chat. Let's just have fun together, yeah? How do I... Whoops. I think I just closed everything. Oh, then I look unbelievably pretty. Exactly. Have self-confidence, huh? Have a little bit of self-confidence in yourself. You are the prettiest catfish shrimp hybrid thingy I've ever seen. You're so pretty, in fact, that, I'm pretty sure you should be worshipped. You should be worshipped by everyone else. Yeah, that's how it works, right? Pretty people just get worshipped naturally, right? Right? So let me take a sip of water. You know, speaking about Father's Day, as I said, for me, it's currently Monday right now. I live in the JST time zone, and so the day has ticked over. It is Monday, and so it's no longer Father's Day. But for everyone else, it should be Father's Day, right? Everyone in America, everyone in Europe and whatnot. And we went out for dinner yesterday. Me and my family, we all went out for dinner. And I decided to try something new, okay? I was feeling adventurous yesterday. And I decided to try out their vegan burger. Because we went to a place and they had like pizzas and whatnot and burgers. And I decided, why not try out the vegan burger? And whatchamacallit? We had Father's Day in May? What? Wait, why? Wait, is that an American thing? Are you from... Hold on. Father's Day? Wait, American one is in June. Australian one's in September. You had yours in May. What's up? What's up with this? Why is everyone having Father's Day on a different day? Maybe fathers just need multiple days. Is that what it is? For the ultra rich fathers, they move to like Europe in May to have their Father's Day, and then they'll move to America in June to have a second Father's Day, and then Australia in September to have a third Father's Day. Well, you know what? Happy Aussie Father's Day to your father, Jonada 28. Happy Father's Day to your father from Australia. But, yeah, no, I went to I went to eat a vegan burger, right? And it came with chips. The chips were actually pretty nice. But it was so weird. Because I've had vegetarian, like, vegan burgers before. But this one, it was strange, you know? Because normally, vegetarian burgers or vegan burgers, they're sort of trying to imitate a burger. And the patty, it, like, isn't trying to imitate the meat too much. I believe a good vegetarian meal isn't trying to imitate meat. It's trying to one-up meat, you know? We had Father's Day in May. Oh, damn. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I already read that. What? I'm a little bit stupid. I'm sorry. I've got a short memory. It's okay. But yeah, no. Normally they're like trying to one-up me. You get me? But this one I think took it a little bit too far. Because I took a bite into the burger and it was like super soft, right? It was super soft. And then I look inside and the patty is just green. It is mashed peas and like, I don't even know what else is in there. It was like every other burger, you know, you don't really know what's inside of the patty, but it was green inside. The outside was browned and whatnot, but the inside was just green and I was so confused. And it was like super soft and it's not like it was bad, it was like quite good, but it just took me by surprise, you know? My green burger. Burgers are supposed to be like brown, aren't they? Not green. It's okay. What matters the most is the taste, and the taste was really good, so no complaints there. But yeah, that was I thought that is common. I've seen this multiple times already. What, the green vegan burger? Really? This was my first time. I'm trying to recall all the other times I've had vegan or vegetarian burgers. One of them was fried, like deep fried mushroom patty. So it was sort of trying to imitate deep fried chicken, I'm pretty sure, like a chicken schnitzel almost. Or I guess not technically a chicken schnitzel, just deep fried chicken. And yeah, that one was quite nice. It was quite, what's the word? Does tender mean it was stiff? It was like chewy. Anyways, it was quite chewy, which is good. It felt like a full burger, although I must say, the patty, it was like 1% mushroom, 99% deep fried. I'm not lying when I say the inside of the, whatchamacallit, the inside of the crust, the fried crust, was hollow. It was basically hollow. It was just deep fried. But it tasted good. It's okay. My little tiny human brain loves oil, and so I'm not gonna complain about deep fried food, you know? And what's another one I had? I've had more than just one. Oh, I had one at... Okay, you guys aren't gonna believe it. I also had one on my birthday. Which wasn't too long ago. What? Couple weeks. I'm already, man, it's felt so long since my birthday. Really, I've been doing so much. But yeah, it's an Australian restaurant. It's called Schnitz. And I'm not sure where they are exactly. Like if they're in other countries or just in Australia. But I know it originated in Australia. And they also have vegetarian patties. And it was quite similar. It was something, and it was deep fried to make it make a schnitzel, because you know that's a whole shtick, right? They're called schnitz. They make schnitzels. Their burgers have schnitzel patties in it. Yeah, but no, that one was also quite chewy and whatnot. And yeah, I've never had a vegetarian or vegan burger where it's just soft and green on the inside. But I suppose we try something new every day. I did feel a bit adventurous on the day, and so, you know, getting something completely new, that was fun. Although I think next time next time I might just go with the pizza. Next time we go to that place. It was a pretty local place, so I'm sure we're gonna go there again. And yeah, I want to try out the different pizzas, you know? Yeah. Although, to be fair, I feel like a lot of pizzas, you know, definitely different restaurants make different pizzas, and it's like one restaurant's margarita can taste 2 times better than another restaurant's margarita. But still, a margarita pizza is a margarita pizza, you getting me? Like, I already know the ingredients. It's what, cheese, tomato paste, maybe some herbs, some oil. Yeah. It's like, that's a margarita pizza, and a garlic pizza is very similar, but with garlic. It's like, yeah, the dough or sauce are important. Exactly. I've talked about this before, but in Australia, we don't really have, like, we do have big chain, whatchamacallit, pizza restaurants and whatnot. Like, we do have Domino's and we do have Pizza Hut and all of that. But I've noticed in places, especially like America, it's so common when you want pizza, you go to Pizza Hut, or you go to Domino's, or you go to something like that. But in Australia, everyone just goes local, you know? And it's the same with baristas. It's kind of taboo to go to Starbucks in Australia because our baristas here are just so good that why would you go to Starbucks when you can just go to your local barista and get something like 2 times better, you get me? And so, yeah, like it's sort of like New York, I imagine. If you lived in New York, you wouldn't really get Domino's or Pizza Hut either because they're sort of famous for their pizza. Yeah, and so you get to try lots of different pizzas in Australia, but definitely I can taste a difference between a lot of the different pizza shops. And also, I noticed a lot of them advertise themselves on like different cooking methods, you know? Some of them have oven baked, others are wood fired and they've got like very thin crusts, others have very soft and doughy crusts. Yeah! It's always fun buying into pizza and being like, what crust am I gonna get today? Is it gonna be thin? Is it gonna be thick? Is it gonna be crunchy? Is it gonna be soft? But yeah, it's good having like the standard, you know, you've always got margarita, you've always got garlic, you've always got Hawaiian at every place. Because if you do order one of those, then you can sort of know for sure what the differences are, as opposed to being like, oh, is the taste thing in the dough or this ingredient that I've never had before? Never get anchovies on a pizza. So I just remembered the one and only ever time I'll get anchovies on a pizza. Ew. It was embarrassing. It was one of my most embarrassing moments in life. That's a lie. I've had worse. But it was super embarrassing, right? I was at a friend's house. Oh god, are you eating us on a pizza? Don't, I haven't gone to shrimp yet. Well, actually, I have eaten shrimp on a pizza before, so I suppose I have eaten you guys, but I eat you guys all the time. What do you think happens when a long-time chatter just disappears and never comes back? What, you thought they just stopped liking me? Stopped watching me? No, I ate them. I don't care that you guys worship me. I'll eat you no matter what. If you taste good, I eat you. Shrimp, #1 favorite food. Although, I gotta admit, every Christmas, right? Every Christmas, we end up always going to the same cousin's house, because we always, you know, have like a whole family together, you know, well, we do Christmas as a family, right? Because most of my extended family live within an hour's distance from us, and so we can get to them, right? And so we always inevitably go to this one like cousin's house. I don't know, it's happened much less over the past few years. I think just because everyone's, you know, getting older, a lot of people are moving away, starting lives somewhere else. But yeah, I remember every time, whatchamacallit, someone would, it was traditional at this point, right? They would get a plate of like 50 shrimp. 50 shrimp. But the worst part is, they would leave them outside. And so they would get like within an hour, right? And remember, in Australia, Christmas isn't summer. Christmas is happening at 40 degrees heat. No one wants to be outside. But the shrimp being outside just means they stink. They stink like hell. It was... inside was the good memories, outside was the bad memories, you get me? I remember one time I was there to eat a shrimp eye. Like one of the eyes of the shrimp eye. This was like ages ago, by the way. This wasn't recently. I hope I've grown up enough and I'm strong now and I would be able to do it. But ages ago, right? I was there to eat a shrimp pie and someone was like, I'll give you 20 bucks. 20 bucks if you can eat the shrimp pie. And I put it in my mouth. Kept it in there for about 5 seconds trying to swallow it, but I couldn't physically swallow it. And then I ended up spitting it out and I didn't get my 20 bucks. The moral of the story, shrimp eyes taste horrible. Don't eat the eyes of shrimp. Just eat their bodies. But, no. What was I talking about? Anchovies? My most embarrassing food. So, my dad, right? On the topic of Father's Day, actually. Don't eat any shrimps. Too bad. I'm gonna eat all the shrimp. Unless you guys have been sitting out in the sun for an hour, then I might avoid you. It's okay, you're safe for now. For now, you're safe. In future... I need like a shrimp PNG so that I can move it towards my hand. So I need to get outside Yes! This is how I force you guys to exercise and touch grass. You have to get outside every day. If you don't want to be in, you have to get outside, do an hour of exercise, touch some grass, stay healthy. Yeah. You're already doing better than me, God. I think, I exercise maybe 3-4 times a week. Definitely not every day. I'm not strong enough to do it every day. Inevitably what happens is I think, I should exercise today. And then it's like, dinner time. And I'm like, wow, it is too late to exercise now. And then I say, I'm just going to do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes around and I'm like, I've got a whole day to do it. I don't have to do it right now. And then dinner comes around and then I'm like, but it's too late now to exercise. And it's a forever leaping cycle. But no, my dad loves, is it called this in every country? It's called the lot, right? When we order pizza, he gets the lot. And what the lot is it's every pizza topping on the pizza. Maybe not all of them, but definitely most of them, right? No, I think it's basically all of them. I can't think of a single pizza topping that isn't on these pizzas. Like, all the pizza topping that the restaurant obviously has. They're not putting... What's something crazy you could put on a pizza? What's the most crazy thing you can think of to put on a pizza? I can't think of anything. Wait, I feel like all the bad stuff has already been tried before. Pineapple? Nah, there's already pineapple on the lot. Don't you worry. They already have pineapple for the Hawaiian pizza, so they make sure to put it on the lot. Don't you worry. They've already thought of that. Something horrible to put... Maybe, I feel like lettuce wouldn't be so bad to put in a pizza, but what pizza restaurant has lettuce? So I suppose lettuce? I don't know, I feel like lettuce on a pizza would kind of hit. You get me? It would almost taste like a burger. I can't think of anything. It's fine. I suppose anything goes when it comes to pizza. whatever worst food you can think of, it can go on pizza. Sawdust? I didn't even know what sawdust is. What is sawdust? Sawdust. Sawdust isn't technically a food. I know it's edible, but it's not technically a food, right? Like, yeah, I think there's a very big difference between something that's edible and something that's a food. You gotta be able to digest it, you know? Sawdust, I think it just kind of goes into your stomach, but your body can't digest it because of all the glucose, right? Your body can't break down glucose. And so it just comes out the other end, still intact. Probably. I wouldn't know. I've never eaten sawdust before. But yeah, the lot has everything, all the toppings that the restaurant has on it. Then a bucket of water. Like, bucket included on my pizza, or just the water, no bucket included? Which one? Bucket included or no bucket included? Yeah, and one of the toppings is anchovy. And my dad never orders anchovy, right? My dad agrees with me. Anchovy sucks. Only if the bucket is edible. I feel like if it was edible, then the water would break it down, no? Water is apparently one of the most soluble elements Earth has. Like, more soluble than any acid. And so I'm pretty sure the water would just break the bucket, wouldn't it? I suppose it doesn't really matter if we're gonna eat the bucket. Maybe you poke holes into the side of the bucket and so you slowly get a steady stream of water while you're eating your pizza. It slowly gets more and more watered over time. God, this is worse than like microwave pizza at this point. Microplastic. Once again, not a food, nor is water, nor is a bucket. They're all just... well, the bucket isn't even technically edible. Microplastic, I guess you can argue it's technically edible. I mean, your body can pass it through, but it can't really digest it, so I suppose... Well, actually, I think they say microplastics can get into your bloodstream at a certain size, so I guess maybe that is technically digesting, just not in a good way. So, yeah, I suppose maybe you could consider microplastic food. Maybe by some twisted definition, perhaps. But no, one day, right, I was at, I was hanging out with friends, and they were like, oh, what should we get for dinner? Because I was over there quite late, right? And so we're like, what should we get for dinner? And I suggest, wait, no, I don't think I suggested. I think someone was like, oh, let's get pizza. And I'm like, I know just the place. I know somewhere local that's really good. It's probably one of my favorite pizza restaurants, right? And so I was preaching it. I was preaching the whatchamacallit, the pizza restaurant. But no, and then they're like, all right, what pizza should we get? And I'm like, all right, you pick a pizza, and they picked someone that was gluten-free. I forget what they fit. Celiac? Was it celiac? Wait, I think that's a word. And so they got a whole pizza all to themselves. It was insane, right? Because we're like, oh, make sure you get stuff that like other people will also want to eat, you know? And they're like, oh no, don't. I can eat a whole pizza by myself. And I was like, what? Like, I'm gonna eat maybe 3 slices of a pizza and you're gonna eat the whole pizza all by yourself? And so in the end, they got a whole pizza to themselves. And then we ordered like another pizza, whatever. And then I came to me and they were like, oh, what do you suggest, Kaho? And I was like, you know, it would look really cool right now if I said, let's get the lot. If I said, let's get the lot, right? Because I feel like it's almost cool being like, give me everything. It's like, there was an ad, a pretty popular ad at the time in Australia, and someone goes into a fish and chips restaurant and orders, obviously some chips. And the, employee working behind the desk is like, what salt would you want? Because I don't know if it's commonplace in other countries, but in Australia, you always get the option between chicken salt and regular salt, usually sea salt, right? Because, you know, sea salt with chips, with fish and chips just makes sense. Sea salt. And, yeah, and the guy in the ad is like, give me both. And, you know, everyone was like, oh, that's a funny ad. That guy's so cool. No one was actually saying that. That was all in my head saying that guy's so cool. So I thought, you know, wouldn't it be funny if I suggested we get the lot with all the toppings and I'd look super cool? But, mind you, I didn't know that it came with anchovy and you had to ask for no anchovy. And so it came, like, we got the pizza and then I had to, with tears in my eyes, eat this pizza with salty anchovy. You couldn't even taste the pizza anymore. It just tasted like anchovy. No one else wanted to eat the pizza and they're like, wow, you must be really, you know, acquired taste liking anchovy. And I'm like, nah, I'm crying right now. Do you not see my eyes? How giant are these pizza? Where I live, they are most of the time not big for a whole meal. Oh no, these pizzas were big pizzas. Let me bring up the restaurant right now. And, how do you spell it? Hold on. Here we go. I found it. Let me find how many inches this pizza is. No. Come on. Load. Why isn't it? Here we go. Pizza. Where is it? Just a traditional pizza. Let's go with, what pizza should I fake order today? Let's do the what? Why not? After speaking about it, let's get some anchovy. And I think, was it the large? I think it might have been a large. It is 13 inch. 13 inch. That's like over a foot in diameter. I'm pretty sure that's diameter, right? Surely it's not radius. But no, they were pretty big pizzas, right? I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let me double check because we got a deal. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I'm insane. Or was it the family size? I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. But anyways, yeah, it was big pizzas. 13 inches. Oh, maybe it's just I've been told before I've got a small stomach. So maybe my perception on like what one full thing of food, whatchamacallit, one full meal, one full filling, you know, there's more adjectives I wanted to add, but I can't think of them. One full meal. Yeah, because I ate maybe 3 slices of a 13-inch, maybe even like 4 slices if I'm feeling extra hungry, but I couldn't ever imagine eating a whole pizza. I remember at, Costco, right? One of my friends was like, oh, I got the pizza from Costco and it's massive. Like one pizza slice is a full pizza in and of itself. I thought that was funny. How big are Costco pizzas? 18 inches? But that's for the full pizza, and there's 12 slices. Okay, there's not 8 slices, there's 12 slices. But yeah, no, it was one of my most embarrassing moments. As I said, there were genuine like tears forming in my eyes because I really didn't like the taste of anchovy. But I've put on such like a facade being like, yeah, the lot, best pizza in the world. I'm so cool. I eat the lot. And then, it's okay. This was a little while ago. I've grown, you know. I've grown. I now know whenever you order pizza, you gotta check the ingredients and ask for no anchovy if there's anchovy. Another one is also people really hate olives as well. I'm a bit 50-50 on olives. I don't dislike them, but I don't really like them either. They're fine. I like olive oil, but let's be real, who doesn't like olive oil? But no, olives on themselves are like, they're fine. I like them only as oil. Exactly. I feel like everyone loves olive oil. But I would say more than half the world hates olives on their own. Only people who live in Italy can like plain raw olives. I'm out of water. It's fine, I'll fill it up later. But yeah, I've got many embarrassing food moments. Food is maybe my enemy, you know? Now that I think about it, food is maybe my enemy. You know, shrimp eye, anchovies, what was the other one? Vegan. Well, the vegan burger was actually quite nice. I'm not going to complain about that. It was actually quite tasty, but it was a bit surprising having a green soft burger. But no, definitely, if anyone ever comes to Australia, or if it's in your country, let me actually search up Schnitz worldwide countries. Where's Schnitz? Is it just Australia? It's primarily in Australia. Yeah, if you ever come to Australia and there's a Schnitz nearby, get Schnitz. It's so good, especially their chips. I gotta preach for a second. Schnitz's chips are perhaps the best chips in the world. I'm not gonna go making, definite assumptions, but I'm not gonna lie. I think they can definitely hold best chip in the world status. I think they are just that good. Yeah, whenever I go Schnitz, sometimes I don't even order, a schnitzel, or don't even order a wrap or a burger. No, I get a full family-sized chips just for myself. No sharing my chips. That's a lie. I don't think I've ever had a family-sized chips where at least one of them wasn't stolen. Someone always ends up stealing my chips. Maybe next time I need to bring what's it called? Pepper spray? Next time I eat out, and so when someone comes to steal one of my chips, I spray them in the eyes with pepper spray. That ought to teach them a lesson. Is pepper spray named after the spicy pepper, or pepper you know the thing you grind salt and pepper? Is it named after pepper the vegetable, or pepper the not vegetable? What's the not vegetable? Pepper the spice, I suppose, but not the spicy food, just the spice. I don't know, is pepper? Let's Google it. I keep forgetting I have an all-knowing machine right in front of me. I have access to the internet, which knows all. The salt pepper? Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually. I feel like regular pepper, regular spicy pepper vegetable, is sort of I don't know. You eat it and it hurts your mouth, but that's about it. But yeah, it makes sense. The salt pepper, it hurts your nose whenever you sniff it in. It makes sense if you got it in your eyes, that would hurt a lot. Not that I'm especially knowledgeable on getting pepper in my eyes, but I'm sure if I were to try it right now, right this second, it would probably hurt. I will not be dared to do it. No one's ever gonna get me to do that. No, I've never owned pepper spray. Is it even legal in Australia? Let's ask. Is pepper spray legal in Australia? No, pepper spray is illegal in most of Australia, with the exception of Western Australia. Okay. I suppose it's legal in some parts of Australia, but not all of Australia. This seems to be the case with, Australian laws are pretty funny. Because we're a little bit like America in the sense of we have, our top dog, which is a prime minister here. It's not a president, it's a prime minister. But we also have the states, and even more so than America, I would say, in Australia, each state gets like way more authority than the top dog. The top dog gets to say like nothing when it comes to the states. And so the laws here are always so different, you know? Like with driving, I know in everywhere in Australia, you can start driving by yourself legally because there's different stages of driving, right? There's your learners, which you get at 16, and you have to be driving with someone who's already skilled at driving, right? Right, like a parent or an older sibling that can already drive by their own and knows how to drive. And then after your L's, you have to do a test, and then you can move on to your P's, which means you're allowed to drive alone, legally, and you're also, I guess, allowed to take, I forget how many passengers. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to take infinite passengers. I think you're only allowed to take like 1 or 2 passengers with you when you're on your P's. But yeah, in most states, you can get your P's when you're 17. But in Victoria, I know you have to be 18 to get your P's. And so people from, you know, other states, like New South Wales, can drive down to Australia when they're 17 and brag to all the other 17-year-olds that they're allowed to drive legally on their own, and the other 17-year-olds are still on their L's learning on my P's. Exactly, you're on your P's. Look, we don't need to take it that way, okay? It's a very common phrase in Australia. You're on your L's, you're on your P's. And there's actually 2 kinds of P's. There's green P's and red P's. And they just mark different, like, one is you've been driving alone for like a short amount of time, and the other one is you've been driving alone for a longer amount of time. And then after your second P's, I forget which one it is. I forget which order it goes. I don't know. But yeah, after so when the P is red, that's pretty bad. Well, it's also probably pretty bad when it's green, but you know, maybe you should get that one checked out, huh? When it's red, it's pretty bad, yeah. You know, I forget exactly what I was thinking when I was in bed last night, right? I was like, oh my god, that's what I was thinking. Wait, maybe I shouldn't say that. No, I've already dug myself a hole. I have to say it. So, you know how like there's like the joke, right? You know how there's a joke when guys pee in a bottle? Like, so when guys are like gaming or something and they have to go to the toilet but they're like mid-boss battle. Or like when they're in the car or something, they'll just piss in like a Coke bottle or something. I swear this is gonna get me demonetized. But I was actually curious, is that true? Do guys actually have like a piss bottle just wherever they go, just in case? Just in case, you know, they're feeling, yeah, the forbidden lemonade. Wait, so it is true? No way. The forbidden lemonade. But then I thought, right? Because I was like, it's gotta be true for at least a couple people in the world, right? Like, it had to be started by something. And then I thought, how do they do it? like, hold on, let's pull up MS Paint real quick. I'll obviously be drawing not the real things. Obviously, I'm not stupid. Hold on. How do I get this working? This. Okay. Not the visuals. Right. So I'm drawing with my mouse, so please forgive if anything is kind of looks weird. But so you got the right, so you got the bottle, right? Just imagine that's a bottle. It's like a water bottle or something. And then you've got over here, you've got how do I draw this? Boom, boom. Okay, this is a water hose, right? And it's attached to a tap in the wall. It's a water hose, yeah. And we're gonna do some gardening today, right? We got the flowers over here. We got a flower and some grass. Right, so we're out in our garden today, right? and we need to fill up this water bottle we have magically right here. So my question is, right, when you're gardening, you wanna fill up lemonade, right? You want some lemonade. This, I suppose the water hose is attached to the lemonade stand. What's the word? You're embezzling lemonade from the local kid $1 lemonade stand. Do you? Would you put like? Do you see where I'm going with this? Whoops, that looks horrible. Hold on, wait. Let me try that again. Let me try this again. Boom, and boom. Right, so this is the hose. Does the hose go inside? Like, you know, to ensure 100% accuracy? Or do you... Right, here's our second bottle. Let me just draw the second bottle real quickly. Or is the hose like over here, right? Here's the hose. And then you're trying to just, you know, aim the hose so it goes in. Because I imagine I've heard, I've heard some horror stories of like how, you know, how people are really bad at aiming with hoses. So I feel like a tiny water bottle hole wouldn't, you know, put the end of the hose directly on the bottle. Oh wait, no, I think I get you. Okay, wait, here's a third bottle. How did the stream devolve into this? I do not know. Wait, and it's like... Is it like... Hold on. Just let my amazing drawing skills happen. Here we go. Is it like this? 100% accuracy, but I suppose you're not... You know, in case it gets stuck in there, right? In case it gets stuck. I don't know, can it get stuck? I've heard a story of someone tried it with a PC, like a, you know, personal computer, whatnot, computer, and it got stuck. So now my assumption is it can get stuck anywhere. Aiming would be pretty hard. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I've heard stories that, like, you know, it's just really, really hard. Really hard to, like, you know. It's okay. Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. I'm pretty sure, was it in the news? No, I don't think the news would cover that. It was like, I don't know. Look, it was just a rumor I heard once. Okay, it might be online, it might not be online. But, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about... Oh, yeah! How do you... Like, do you also have toilet paper in, you know, in your car or, like, your room or something? Like, how do you make sure it's clean afterwards? You get me? Do you just use a flower over here? Hold on, let's create a little animatic. How do I select? How do I select? Where's my select tool? Oh, is it this one? It is this one. Right, you just, you know, make sure it's clean. Right here, we don't need MS Paint anymore. Let's go. You shake it? What? What? hold on. I'm not even gonna read the rest of the message yet. You shake it. You shake it. like you hold it and you shake it, or like you like move your hips. You shake it. And the ones who are using bottles are probably not the most hygienic anyways. Okay, you know what? I can see that. I can see the second half of the sentence, you know? They're probably not hygienic anyways, but you shake it? What? That's insane. That's insane. No, it's okay, it's okay. We don't judge here. We don't judge on the Kaho Nyaneko channel. But I am curious, do you use your fingers, or do you just jump? Do you just start jumping? I can't believe you don't even have like a stash of toilet paper around. Although, I guess, I don't even know where you'd put the toilet paper after you're done using it if you're using the bottle method. You just use your hand. Okay, I suppose that's a little bit better than jumping. Wait, then won't it get everywhere? Wait, won't it like just get everywhere if you try to do? Or do you like lean over into the, you know, the toilet bowl and then do it in there? So it's like, what am I saying? What am I saying? Wow, that vegan burger I had yesterday was really tasty, guys. At the pissoir, there are no toilet paper. Wait, what? Wait, okay, hold on. Let's actually, I'm not sure what a pissoir is. What's a pissoir? Wait. A public urinal. Do you live in like Amsterdam or something? What? I have never seen one of these in Australia. What? Like, obviously, we have, we have public toilets and whatnot, but those ones, like, are fully enclosed, and you shut the door and you lock it behind you, and so it's like, it's a building in and of itself. But these, from the looks of it, these are just, they're common? What? Where are they common? I've never seen them in Australia. I'm pretty sure it would be illegal if you tried to pee on the streets like that in Australia. What? I'm so confused. Where are they common? Huh? What? Like, just in public, just in the middle of the street. You see people. Maybe Europe is a bit different. Like, when I have heard of them before, but I thought, like, I heard they were in the red light district in Amsterdam because people kept pissing in the canal. But that is all I've heard. I thought they were specific to that one specific part in that one specific country, in that one specific city. You get me? That's insane. No, not in public, in the public toilet stalls. Oh! Wait, are you just talking about regular urinal? Are we just talking about regular urinal? Like the... Oh, whatchamacallit? Do I need to bring up an image? I can bring up an image. It's just against a white background. No need to be scared. Copy image address. What's the latest image I have in my browser? The fish on a hook emoji. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, this is a urinal, right? This is what in Australia we call a urinal. I've never heard them be called a pissoir. Am I even saying it correct? Pissoir? But yeah, that's... Wow. Wow, that's certainly something. Yep. I've also... One of my funnest facts about men's bathrooms, I suppose, is, not really, is it fun? Is it a fun fact, or is it just a funny fact? But apparently guys in the toilets, and I remember this back when I was super young, right? I, you know, back in primary, or we call it primary school, you know, back when you're around the ages of 5 to 10, that's what we call primary school, and you know, back then it's like, oh, you want to be a little bit mischievous, a little bit devilish. And so after school, when no one's in the toilets, you go and check out the boys' toilets. And I remember there was just a wall. Like, there was a wall. And I was told you're supposed to piss on the wall. Because I was like, oh, you know, there's drainage on the wall. And so I sort of suspected it. But being told it, I was like, what? What? Why is there a wall for pissing on? And like, what? Are you just, like, you don't even have dividers in between you? You're just there next to each other? I mean, I have heard that a lot of toilets don't have dividers between urinals, but still, it's a little bit insane to me. I like my privacy when I'm in the toilet. Thank you very much. I like my privacy. Sometimes there are dividers. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good that some toilets have some decency. I've also been told that, like, in guys' toilets, you do not use the, like, the regular toilets, the one that you gotta sit on and whatnot, because apparently they're always, like, just dirty, like, too dirty to sit on. Which, I don't know, that's sort of the same sort of conversation where I was told that guys miss. Guys are really bad at aiming. But that's insane, because in women's toilets it's just clean, you know? Like, it's just clean. But there are still some normal, but there's still the normal stalls. You know, but that's what I'm talking about. I've been told you, like, shouldn't go into them because it's, like, just super gross in there or something. I don't know. That's what I've been told. Maybe public toilets in Australia are just way worse. I still find it insane. Maybe when women would be standing for this, their toilets would also wouldn't look clean. Oh my! How do you suppose women should be standing, huh? How do you give me a description, huh? How do you suppose this works? I don't suppose it works. I think we just have etiquette. You get me? I think we just have etiquette. Skill issue? Oi! That's mean. You don't have to laugh at us like that. I really should fill up my water sometime soon. I just got the final drops out of my water. It's fine. If I don't drink water, I won't have to go to the toilet, right? Right? You know, there are times though when I'm like, I'm kind of curious. I'm like, what would it feel like to stand up, you know? What would it be like to... No! Don't say that. No. I don't, you know, actually, I gotta say, I'm not even, like, a fan of, like, the actual lemonade drink. Like, even when it's freshly made, like, there's a big difference between lemonade soda and lemonade, the, like, actual drink, right? I suppose the lemonade soda, it's fine. The lemonade drink, I'm quite bad with sour things. And also, I just generally don't like the taste of lemon. Like, sometimes they'll give you a lemon to, like, squeeze onto things, you know, onto, like, fish and chips or whatnot. And whenever someone does, like, accidentally, you know, I always feel like, oh, can you please leave some chips unsqueezed, you know, don't squeeze a lemon onto these chips. But inevitably, I do eat a chip with, like, some lemon on it. And I'm like, even when it's, like, only a tiny bit, so it's not sour, I'm like, I just don't like the taste of lemon. I'm just not a big lemon person, you know? And so, yeah, I'm not a big fan of, like, the real, like, lemonade drink. And then also, it's like, whenever you add sugar to it, I feel like it just makes it even worse. Because then, it's sort of like, now it's just sugary water that tastes like lemon. And those are three things I don't, like, sugar's fine, normally. Sugar in water doesn't taste good. Does not taste good. And then lemon on top of that? Nah. Actually, I was told. So, there's someone, one of my friends, right? One of my friends was saying, their sibling recounted a story. So, it's gonna be like a long chain of relationships. So my friend has a sibling. That sibling has a girlfriend. That girlfriend has a younger sister. That younger sister has a boyfriend. Okay? So that boyfriend of the younger sister of the girlfriend of the sibling to my friend, right? That all make sense? Yeah, that all makes sense. But yeah, apparently my friend was saying their sibling was recounting like their the boyfriend of their sister is like a really weird guy. He apparently, yeah, totally following. Okay, just know it's some guy that's some boyfriend to some person, right? Just some random boyfriend in the world. And I'm assuming he must be around the age of 18 or something. Because, I was being told, like, apparently the sibling, like, was at home, right? And their boyfriend was, like, the sibling was, like, on their phone, on TikTok or something, and the boyfriend was like, oh, I just got a message on my Nokia phone. I'm gonna go put my Nokia phone away. Because I'm not addicted to technology. And the sibling was like, what the heck, man? I was just scrolling on my phone. You didn't have to do that to me. And then apparently they're like, on, like, at parties and whatnot, their boyfriend, the boyfriend doesn't drink. And I wasn't told why, but actually, I don't know why, but the boyfriend doesn't drink, right? And so apparently he was like, I still want the kick from, doing shots with people and like the horrible taste of ethanol. And so I take lemonade shots when they're taking their regular shots. Like not lemon juice. Like, you know how you can buy pure 99% lemon juice from the store? Yeah. And I'm like, why? Why? You don't need to hurt yourself. People aren't drinking because they like the pain, right? People aren't drinking because they're masochists. They're drinking because they want to get drunk. It's not because they want to feel the pain of ethanol. But no, he was totally like, yeah, I take lemonade juice shots while they're all taking ethanol shots. And he was also like, I also got some like artificial sweetener if I want an extra kick and I'm gonna add it to water. And I'm like, why? What are you, why are you doing this to yourself? Sometimes you want the pain. I don't understand. Like, I don't know. Why would you want to purposely drink something that tastes horrible? You get me? Because as I said, I understand ethanol and like vodka and all of that because it's, it gets you drunk. That's what you're doing it for. If you could do it without the horrible taste, you would do it. And that's literally what mixers are for. That's literally why people are like, oh yeah, this is like 5% vodka and 95% Coca-Cola. And so it tastes way better than normal. But why would you just want to hurt yourself? And my question is, were the friends, right, that this guy was trying to drink with, were they on board? Were they like, yeah, you're uncool if you don't do, lemon shots with us? Or were they thinking the same thing as me? Were they like, that's a little bit strange that you would want to drink lemon shots while we're drinking our regular shots? I don't understand. But, clearly not everyone likes a lemon is the moral of the story. And sugar water. I can at least agree with the boyfriend on that one. That clearly he doesn't like lemon juice and he doesn't like sugar water. And I agree. I forget. Oh yeah, I was also talking about, soda lemonade. That one's fine, like, Schweppes. Good old Schweppes. Soda lemonade. Is that, I swear that's, hold on, let's see. Is Schweppes German or Austrian? Is Schweppes German or Austrian? Which one is it? It is German, not Austrian. Shucks. Wait, hold on. It was created by a German person, but the company is Swiss, apparently? Huh. Wait, yeah, German. A German person made it, but the company is Swiss, but it was created by I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm assuming if the company was Swiss though, they lived in the north and northeast of Switzerland, because that's where they speak Germany, right? Switzerland has like 3 languages. They've got French to the west, Swiss. Is Swiss even a language? Please tell me Swiss is a language. Please tell me I'm not. Yeah. Okay, wait. No, Swiss is not a language. Shucks. I suppose I'm a little bit stupid. Here we go. Here's a map. So they got French over to the west. They've got Swiss German. Okay. I'll take it. Swiss German. Apparently Swiss German is most of the country. I thought it was like only half of the country, but it looks here it's about 2/3 or 3/4 of the country. And then they've got Italian to the south. That makes a lot of sense. And then what's the language called? Romansh. There we go. Romansh over to the east. That's the direction, the east. So I only know about German. I learned German for a little bit. I'm not I can't really speak it too much, but I know a little bit. I can say a couple of sentences. I can also with a dictionary, I can read books and whatnot. So I'm fine with German grammar as well. It's just a lot of, when it comes to learning a language, even if you know the grammar, you still have to learn all of the nouns and the verbs and all the irregularities. Look, people complain about English being irregular with all of our mice, mouse. But house is houses, right? And we have deer just turns into deer and sheep into sheep and fish into fish. Oh, can you say some sentences? Look, my pronunciation is gonna be bad, okay? I did German in school, and my German teacher would never give me good grades for my pronunciation. So I can say some sentences, but just a warning, I'm not very good, okay? I haven't really studied German much past school, you get me? Aber, was sollte ich sagen? Was sollte ich auf Deutsch sagen? Ich weiß es nicht. Can you give me a sentence, please? Can you please give me a sentence? I don't know what to say. I'm fine at holding a conversation in English, but in German, my lack of German words means every time I want to say something, I've got to think, what's another way I can say the exact same thing but with different words? And then I'm like, oh, maybe I just can't say that thing, and then I have to think of something else to say, and I give up. Look, I'll speak German if you can give me some sentences, but without sentences, I know no German. I don't know much German. No, not this tongue! I've done this tongue twister before. Don't you worry. Fisches Fritze, Fisches Fritze, Fischte, Fische, Fische, ah! Fisches Fritze, I can't do it. Fisches Fritze, Fische, Fische, Fischte, Fische. I'm so close. I keep getting this close and then just losing. And then I lose the plot. Fisches Fritze, Fisches Fritze. Hold on. I got this. It's just super easy in German. You know how in English we have she sells seashells by the seafloor, and it's everyone Oh no, sorry. She sells seashells by the seashore. That's what I'm trying to say. And like everyone who speaks English as a first language is just, they knew how to do it when they were 5. It's just the equivalent is every German person right now just laughing at me. It's similar. Chucks. Fisches, Fritze, fish der, fish. I keep wanting to say Fischer, Frischer instead of Fischer, Fischer. This one is harder. Im Ditchen frisch. I've already lost it. Hon, let me do it slowly and then I'll try to do it more quickly. Im Dichten Ficht and. God, I'm bad with long words. I don't know what it is because I'm fine if the long word has like a space in between it and it's like 2 separate words. But the minute the long word is 1 combined word, I'm really bad. Fichtendig kickt. Fichtendig kickt. That's not a CH. Fichtendig kicht. Fichtendig kicht. Should I just give up? No, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna prevail. Fichtendig kicht. Nicken dicke Fichten. Not too bad. Look, don't give me pity points just because I'm not German. This is horrible even for a second speaker, okay? Man. Because the problem is as well, I've never like really spoken to any actual like German people, like fluently German people. I've only ever spoken to other people who do German as a second language. So I'm sure there's many things that I do like, you know, like when I'm trying to speak actual sentences, you know, I'm sure there's many things I do which are just very like grammatically weird to fluent speakers, but no one ever picks it up because the person I'm speaking to isn't fluent and so they think that I must be right. And so they don't correct me either. And then I'll probably just learn very butchered German, but it's okay. Okay, then 0.5 out of 10. Yep, that sounds about right. I couldn't even say the one word. Yep. It's okay, it's okay. I can do, I've done many German tongue twisters before. Though I think my favorite one is still im Ulm, und Ulm herum. Really gotta dig deep for that one. But yeah, I think that's my favorite one. In Ulm, around and around but in a different way to the first around At least that's how I've explained it before. You know what? Let me give myself an English tongue twister. Oh my god, wait, my favorite English tongue twister is, what's it called? 1-1 was a racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2, 1-1-1-1 race, 2-2-1-1-2. Let me bring it up. I think it's way easier to understand when you can see it. Actually, let me just type it. Where is it? Oops, whoops. What am I doing? This is my last tongue twister. I do a tongue twister every day, by the way. I make sure to do my daily tongue twisters on stream. Okay. One. Oops. You can hear me type it out as well. What's a race? Horse. 2 was 1 2. Oops, wrong 2. 1 race. 2 1 2. There we go. 1-1 was racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2, 1-1-1-1 race, 2-2-1-1-2. That's probably one of my favorite tongue twisters in the world. Because it's just so catchy and it sort of sounds like a passcode, right? 1-1-2-2, 1-1-1-2-2-1. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite ones. I also... Oh my god, there's one that I couldn't get for the longest time. And it was... What a weird tongue twister, exactly. But it's a fun tongue twister. Most tongue twisters sort of like don't make sense if you think about them too hard. And so you gotta like not think about them, you know? This one took me about a week to figure out how to say it. I did it in the end, but it took me about a week to figure out how to do it. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, a peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's a peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Yeah! So this is just my, I do have a text box dedicated towards all of my tongue twisters. My daily tongue twisters. Man, wait, what other German ones have I done? I've also tried to do some tongue twisters in Russian, but unlike German, which I've like actually learned a little bit, Russian tongue twisters, I've never learned the Russian language, and so I don't know how to pronounce anything. Like even when it's what's the word? Romanticized. Even when it's put into, you know, the Latin alphabet, I still can't say it because, you know, sometimes even when it's put in the English alphabet, there's still special pronunciations. Yeah. I've done the one about red cabbage and wedding dresses. I've already said I've done the one in Ulm. I've done the one about little Chinese balls. I'm Chinese. I can't even do it. I couldn't do it last time. I can't do it this time. But no, it's yeah, every day I do a tongue twister. Every day without fail. Except for when I don't stream on the day. Then I maybe fail. Oh man. Every stream I open up too many tabs and I've got to close them all. Happy Australian Father's Day! It's becoming Australian Father's Day for less and less people now. You know, as a time ticks on. As more people move into Monday and it's no longer Sunday. But no, for most people it's Sunday right now, right? I imagine, at least that's what Google told me. That for most people it should be Sunday. I feel like there's something else I meant to mention, but I forgot. There's something else. Last night I was thinking about really hard in bed, and I was like, yeah, don't clip that one. But yeah, I was thinking, I was like, I had another funny thought, but I can't remember it anymore. Oh well. Oh well, looks like it doesn't matter anyways. Psst, what does it even matter, right? I think I need some water. Oh, whoops. So I just opened up Twitter to check if anyone has sent me any notifications. I'm gonna quickly go grab some water. I'll be back in. Let's put up a timer. Let's see how quick it takes me. Stopwatch. I'm gonna bet 30 seconds. Yeah. 30 seconds to grab my water. Hold on, let me set this up. I gotta have something that's more set up than this. Okay, and let's head over to. Is this? I think it's fine, right? Let's head over to here. Okay, the minute I mute myself, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run to fill up my water. 3, 2, 1, go. Shucks! I didn't make it 30 seconds. My sub 30 speedrun, it can still be broken. Sub 30, what should the speedrun category be called? Water 100%. Water glitchless. Fill up the water bottle, but glitchless. What even is glitching? What's like a real world glitch? Cause like I can imagine cheating, right? Like maybe having a tap in your room, hiring a plumber to add a tap to your room. But you can't really clip in the real world. Maybe, no, I figured it out. If you bring a sledgehammer with you next time, you can maybe break through the wall. Smash down the wall so you don't have to take the long way. Hello! Hold on, I'm gonna pronounce this really correctly. Are you ready for this? Doffy Street? Hello! Welcome! You don't need to scroll up and read chat. Don't read chat. Just listen to my amazing voice. I just got back from, you got my name right? Oh yeah! I love the emojis, by the way. Where are they from? Like, are they from, I'm pretty sure you can use emojis from other streamers, right? Here? I wouldn't know. I'm not affiliated yet. How do you get affiliated on Twitch? I heard you guys talk about tongue twisters. Oh, yeah, my favorite, my funny, wait, whatchamacallit? My favorite tongue twisters. My funny tongue twister habit. Yeah, I like to, did you join in? Did you try to do the tongue twisters with us? They were pretty hard, right? Especially the German ones. Do you speak, do you know how to pronounce German words? I thought I knew. Before this, I thought I knew how to pronounce German words. After the tongue twisters, I felt like I couldn't pronounce them anymore. How to become a Twitch affiliate. Don't. I'll give you guys emojis the minute I figure out how. Okay, wait, that's easy. That's not too hard. Yeah, we'll create emojis on stream one day, yeah? But no, the tongue twisters were pretty difficult. But, I don't know, the English ones, I've gotten pretty used to them. Peter Piper, I'd say. Still the one that gets me the most. But hey, how are you doing today? Are you doing well? I feel like I'm so low. Here we go. Now I'm higher. You can see my little, what are they called? Fins on the side of each of my arms. Yeah. How do I, hold on. Technical difficulties. It's okay. It's working now. I'm pretty good. It's like 2 in the morning for me, so I won't be staying long. I'm doing pretty good. Wait. Oh my god, wait, so you live in like the Japanese Eastern Asia time zone? I don't know why. Literally, everyone who watches my streams, not everyone, you know, I've had a couple people, but most of the people who end up watching my streams end up being like Australian or New Zealand or like Japanese or somewhere in like Southeast or Eastern Asia. And I'm like, why? Why are the only people who watch my streams up at like 2, 3 a.m? I'm Australian, by the way, so I'm also up at those times. But still, it makes no sense to me why people are up at, you know, super early in the morning. It's okay. I appreciate everyone who comes to watch my streams. Just don't, whatchamacallit? Don't get sleep deprivation because of it. It's when the degens are most active. Psst, wait! No. Psst. I'm sure everyone in this world is super healthy and likes to sleep at 10 o'clock p.m. Wake up at 6 o'clock a.m. You know, make it to their 9 to 5 job. Right? No, I think I'm in that camp of degens being awake at, you know, super early. Isn't it late for you too? I don't know. I feel like I'm at the point where it's almost considered early, you know? It's almost considered early in the morning now, not late at night. But no, it is still pitch black outside. Everyone is asleep. I think they say what was it? Between the times of 4 and 4:30 is when most of the population in your country is asleep? Huh, that's strange. Don't worry, we'll get there one day. The only person in Australia that's awake right now. But yeah, no, it's super late for me. But you know, I've noticed some people like really admire my sleep schedule because I feel like society's pretty weird, right? Because it's super, you know, you're seen as like a super, what's the word? Sort of disorganized person, you know, unsocietal person if you, whatchamacallit, if you go to bed at like 3 a.m. and then wake up at, you know, 11 p.m. 11 a.m. My bad. Almost midday. But if you go to bed early, right? Like if you go to bed at 8 p.m. and then wake up at, you know, 4 a.m. or something, society's like, wow, you're super organized. Like for me, I get to bed super early. And I wake up super early, and everyone who's met me is like, wow, that's super amazing. I can't believe you do that. And I'm like, really? My parents still think it's super degenerate. They're like, wow, what a horrible sleep schedule you have, going to bed so early and then waking up. Because I think it's almost at the time where it's almost considered super late instead of super early. Like, if someone went to bed at midday, right? I would assume they were awake all night. They go to bed at midday, wake up at like 8 p.m. and then stay awake until midday. That's what I would assume, as opposed to like the idea that they're going to bed super early because they're super organized. And so, yeah, I think some people are super admirable about my sleep schedule, and other people just think I'm really, really weird. I always inevitably get the question as well, being like, oh, but don't you, isn't sunlight before you go to bed really bad for you? Or isn't eating before you go to bed really bad for you? And I'm like, yeah, don't worry. I just lock myself in my room with all the curtains closed until I have to go to bed. Don't you worry. It's not like I'm going outside. But yeah, I like the sleep schedule. I've always noticed I'm more of a night person, you know? Like before I started streaming and whatnot, I remember every time whenever I got the opportunity, right? Because there's always inevitably things you have to wake up for that start in the morning. And so I couldn't do this like all the time. But inevitably, when I had a few weeks where I was free from responsibility, I would always end up staying up and then going to bed at about 4 a.m. in the morning and waking up at about midday. Lunchtime would be breakfast time, and dinner time would be lunchtime. Yeah, and it was because I would notice, like, during the day, right? During the day, I would not do anything. I would sort of just sit at my desk or, like, be watching, like, YouTube or something. I would not do anything. But then, the moment, like, night came around, I felt so much more awake for some reason, and I, like, was like, oh my god, I could conquer the world, I can do this and that, and I was always, like, doing, you know, whatever I had to draw, I was always drawing, I was always doing any work or whatnot, and whenever, like, I did do relaxation stuff, I would also feel it would feel, like, so much more enjoyable. I'd feel so much more awake. You get me? Like, I feel like when you're tired and you're trying to relax, it feels a bit more like you're just trying to burn time rather than actually enjoying the time. But then when you're super awake and you know you're relaxing, sort of like when you go to a movie theater and it's like it's already planned ahead of time and whatnot, then I feel like it feels like it's super enjoyable, you know, when you're awake but also relaxing. And so I sort of thought, well, if I can't keep up this sleep schedule of going to bed super early in the morning and then waking up, during midday, because inevitably I'd have to do something, in between those times while I should be sleeping, I should go to bed super early and then wake up super early, and then I would be free. I can spend the night all by myself, and yeah. And so, normally, what are my mornings, which is, perfectly pitch black outside, is when I feel the most awake and like the most energetic. And then as the sun starts to rise, it's like, it's a little bit less. I'm feeling a little bit more tired, you get me? And then, whatchamacallit? That's why also, normally when the sun is like, the sun's been up for a little while, I'll lock myself in my room with no light and then I feel awake again. But that's also why I stream in, the mornings for me, super middle of the night, because that's when I'm most awake and I'm most like energetic and all of that, Yeah. I filled up my water and I haven't even drunken from it yet. Yum, yum, yum. Nom, 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 nom. I don't get it. Twitch is telling me that my stream right now is unstable, right? It's like, your stream, it's not doing well. But from my end, it looks fine. Is it fine from your end? Because from my end, it's like, yep, you've got a stable internet connection, you're not lagging at all, everything is okay. And I'm like, why is Twitch being so antsy about my internet connection? I had some hiccups a minute ago, but now so it is hiccuping? That's so strange. Oh, wait, that's why. Telling me my bitrate is too high. I thought it was gonna be like, your bitrate's too low. Not saying my bitrate's too high. Which it's not, by the way. It's a perfectly average bitrate, but whatever. Oh, is it because maybe I'm sending them a higher bitrate? I will have to fix that after the stream. I think I'm trying to send them a 10,000 bitrate when I only need to send 6,000. I'll fix that later. But no, I hope it's not doing too bad. I don't know, I can never really tell when something bad happens. Actually, a little while ago, it was super bad. I don't know what was up with my internet. It seems to be fixed now, but my internet would just shut down every now and then. And then I would sort of, like, it would reconnect a couple minutes later, but it would just disconnect me for a couple minutes, and I don't know why. But no, it's perfectly fine now, it seems. Hopefully it's not just false security on my end. Hopefully. But yeah, no, I think it's doing okay. If it ever starts disconnecting again, I'm using Ethernet or Wi-Fi. So, it's a pretty weird setup. So, my PC doesn't have a natural Wi-Fi connection, but I'm a little bit too far from the internet router to use Ethernet from the internet router straight to my PC, because it's a solid, I think, like maybe 4 meters. Like 4, no, not even 4, like maybe 5 meters. I'm gonna bet it's about 5 meters, right? And so I have something else to pick up the Wi-Fi, and then that sends it to my computer through Ethernet cable. Which is, I don't know, it's pretty, a pretty convoluted way to get internet to my computer. I wish I could just use Ethernet cable, but also, if I were to get just a super long Ethernet cable, it would sort of run from my modem through the living room, because my modem is in my living room, right? And so, it would just look super awkward having a blue cord running across the floor into my room. Have you looked into using a power line? What? Like the things that run outside my house? Huh? power line? What's a power line when it comes to internet? Oh, wait, hold on. What is a power line? No, internet through electricity. Huh. How does, like, does that have to hook up to my internet modem? Or how does that work? Huh? I'm Googling it right now to see. You plug it into the wall at the modem and PC. Huh? Huh? Wait, so you plug one into the wall where the modem is, and then you plug one into the wall where the PC is, and does it, like, run through my house's internal electricity, or do you have to run a power cord between the two? Or how does it work? Yeah? Wait, which one? It runs through my house's natural electricity? Through the house. Wait, that's so good. What? I could have been using this the whole time. Hold on now. What? I can't believe this. Maybe I'll have to look into investing in one. How much do they cost? About $100. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. $100. Imagine all the games I could buy with $100 though. 100 AUD though. What's that in euros? Huh, that's about 10,000 Japanese yen. About. That's 5 silk songs. Don't worry, I already own 1 silk song. Don't you worry. Wait, no, $100 is. Sorry, AUD is about double, like, EUR? Euros? Why am I saying EUR? Australian dollars. So 1 euro buys about 2 Australian dollars, if I'm right. Euro to AUD. Not quite. It buys $1.80 in Australian. So Silk Song was $30 for me. So I could only get 3 Silk Songs. 3 and a third Silk Songs with $100. Yeah, no, AUD is quite, whatchamacallit, quite weak compared to, like, USD and Euro. But that's okay. You know, it just means everything's, like, 2 times more expensive every time I want to buy anything overseas. That's okay. It's no big deal. It's no biggie. It's not like I'm buying stuff from overseas, like, often. Psh, no. I feel super bad, though. I've had quite a few friends that have gone to Europe. And every time they're like, yeah, meals cost about, 20 euros. And that's like $40 over here. And I'm like, that's rough. Not exactly 20 euros, like maybe 17 euros. But in Australia, maybe it's just because food is so cheap in Australia. Food is super cheap in Australia, by the way. It's not like, I don't think it's like America where it's super subsidized. I think it's just because we've got so much farmland that we don't really have to import any food from anywhere, and so our food is just super cheap because we all grow it in Australia. Like literally on any car trip that's more than half an hour, as long as you're not like in the city, you will see farmland. And so yeah, food is super cheap here, but food normally costs about 17 to 20 Australian bucks for a meal. And so to think that they're paying, 17 euros 17 euros for a meal when going to Europe is insane. I don't see how their bank accounts can afford it. One of my friends, yeah, they were like, I had to work off for, I forget how long. They were just like dedicating their salary to going overseas. They were still living with their parents, right? So they weren't paying any rent. They weren't paying any food. Their parents were like buying them food like at home. It's like they had to buy their own food. They weren't paying board or anything. It's like they dedicated, I think, 6 months to a year of their work just to go to Europe for a couple weeks. And I was like, that's insane. Things have gone more expensive lately. Inflation and whatnot. Oh, well, I guess that's the case everywhere, huh? Although, to be fair, Australia hasn't been hit too hard. It has been hit, but not too hard. I don't know, as I said, we grow a lot of our food here, like on our own, and so food isn't too expensive. It's a lot of all of the whole like imports becoming more expensive because of America, and that's sort of just affecting the whole world. That has sort of hit us hard because we don't have much that we really make. We've only got a population of 27 million, right? We don't have many factories here that we make things of our own. So it's like, if you want to buy shoes, most of them are internationally made. If you want to buy, if you want to buy like any computers, they're all internationally made. A lot of what you buy here that's not food is all international. Obviously, we do have our industries, but yeah, a lot of the things are international. Some food prices doubled. What? That's insane. For us, it's not really, it's not really doubled. It's more like increased by, 20-30%. Doubling is insane. Wow. But yeah, as I said, it's because we grow a lot of the food here, and we also have a lot of meat. I've heard it in a lot of countries, like you always hear in like Japan, people like, oh, meat's such a specialty, and like in Korea as well. They're like, oh, meat's such a specialty, we're gonna go out and have a special meal and eat meat. In Australia, we have so much livestock that meat is way too cheap here. Isn't mostly called the industry. Oh, I was talking about mostly manufacturing industries, because yeah, I would say our biggest most of where our riches come from are the mining industry, not just coal. Coal is pretty big, but also we have a lot of iron, I believe, and a lot of, all of that good stuff. And we always send it outside because we never use it ourselves. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the richest person in Australia, she inherited a mining company from her parents. And like, that's literally how she became the richest person in Australia, because she just inherited a mining company. And that's why some people say Australia's sort of in an economic bubble, because it's a bit like, once we've run out of mining, and especially if, renewables all take hold, which sort of has already happened a lot in Australia. Like, my house is, I go down the street, right? And I see, wow, there's solar panels on all of these houses, and you're driving along like the outback and you're like, wow, look at those wind turbines. A lot of Australia has, renewable energy already. But then the problem is, what's not renewable, a lot of it we burn coal instead of burning natural gas, which is way more environmentally friendly than coal. And so we win some, we lose some. But no, some people say because housing here is so expensive, because people from all around the world want to live in Australia, because Australia is super rich. We've got really well-funded government education. And so education here is quite good. I know people say oh, in America, the universities are top notch, you got MIT and all of that. But in Australia, your public education here is it's not just the universities that are good, it's public education that's also good. So a lot of people want to send their children here, and there's a lot of people who just buy houses and don't do anything with it, because unlike in a lot of countries where when you buy a house, the government, you're actually leasing out for a century or so, and then the government takes it back so that you can't just buy a house and then do nothing with it. But in Australia, you legally own your house forever when you buy it. And land just keeps skyrocketing in price. And so everyone's buying houses and land and all of that. And because Australia is so rich, but then they say one day the mining industry is going to be struggling, and then Australia doesn't really have anything else to export to the world, and then, let's just hope I may be dead by then. Let's hope old age has, gotten me by then. That's a lot of hard work. What? I have not heard of countries where the government can do that. Really? I'm pretty sure in the UK they have it for, the government has it for, the government takes it back in exactly 100 years. And in China as well, it's 40 years. And that's why a lot of people who own housing in China want to buy something here because, it's I'm talking about the rich people, right? Obviously just common, they're regular civilians. I'm not buying 2 houses. But no, a lot of richer people housing isn't really an investment in China because apparently the government takes it back after 40 years or so. And so they, come to other countries like Australia and America and buy housing there and then usually rent it out or something, while it's also, the land price is just accumulating as well. And so, yeah. But apparently that was implemented a little over 40 years ago. And so technically the government could have taken back all of the housing, but it hasn't done so yet. And so, people are a little bit confused. But let me fact check this. China, 40 year, house. What am I trying to look for? Retake. I don't know. This is just what I've heard on the grapevine, okay? You don't need to take every word from my mouth as gospel. China does not allow for the retaking of houses after 40 years. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. So in China, apparently it's 70 years? Huh? What? You know what? I'm a little bit confused. The credible information from TikTok. No, it's okay. I got this from one of my friends. We probably got it from TikTok. That's maybe one of my my problems, right? I am not very trusting of things online, I've learned how to fact check online, but when it comes to real life people, friends and family and whatnot, I take what they say a lot of the time at very face value. And so, yeah. If they got it from somewhere that's uncredible, I just believe them. Water. I don't know what's up. I feel like I need to blow my nose. I feel like my nose is very blocked right now. But, nothing I can do about it. Oh well. But, yeah, no, advising, whatchamacallit, housing in Australia, very, very expensive. Especially, it's been going up more and more. It costs about, what did I say? Australia, average salary versus house price. How many years? It takes Australians around 10 years of their annual salary, and I'm assuming that's putting in all of them annual salary. Yeah. About 10 years of pure, dedicated, full-time work as, at average salary, right? Remember, a lot of the people who want to buy houses are probably much younger, and so they're not making the average because they don't have any experience in their industries and they're still quite young, and so they're probably getting paid less than an experienced worker. And so, yeah, it takes them a lot of years to buy a house, because the houses are about $1 million, depending on where. You can get up to in the multiple of millions, or if you go real outback, it can cost hundreds of thousands. But yeah, it's really, really expensive. But whatever. I suppose that's just how it is. So 1 million Monopoly money, that's €5. Exactly, it's way cheaper if you count it in euro instead of in AUD. But no, it's super expensive. And also Australia. Actually, our salaries, I've heard about how bad, you know, the whole average salary compared to the salary of like the top people in America is. Australia is somewhat like that, but I feel like a little bit less bad. Like, it's less of a divide, but still quite a big divide, you know? But also, being rich in Australia, there's nothing you can really do with the money. Like, as I was speaking about that richest person in Australia, what's her name? Australia's richest person. Gina Reinhardt, right? She, like every Olympics, she will fund the athletes going over to whatever country it is. So 2024 Paris, 2028 Los Angeles, 2032 is gonna be in Australia, I believe, right? 2032 Olympics. Where's it gonna be? It's gonna be in Brisbane! Wow, I'm sure everyone's gonna be so happy to go to Brisbane. By the way, if you don't know, Brisbane's not too bad. Brisbane's just quite hot, you know? Everyone is gonna be getting, like, very sweaty while watching the Olympics. The next one, yeah, no, that's what I was saying. 2028, which is the next one, is in Los Angeles, but 2032 has been announced to be in Brisbane, in Australia. So, just, you know, only another casual, 7 years? Yeah, 7 years. But no, Gina Reinhardt spends, you know, funds all of the Australians to head overseas, pays for their family to also go overseas to watch them, and pays for accommodation and all of that, because I guess she just doesn't know what to do with their money. Because apparently, the Olympics is supposed to be for people who can't make a living off of their sport, which is why some sports such as tennis is a little bit controversial, because the people who are playing tennis in the Olympics are sort of multi-millionaires, some of them, and so they're easily making a living off of their tennis career. But no, the idea is you can't really make a living off of it, and it's supposed to show the hard work and passion of people who play sports. And, you know, they can't even make a living. It's not even work, it's just a passion. And so Gina Reinhardt helps fund them to go overseas. Yeah, apparently she's also friends with the Campbells, which are a family who are always very great at swimming. Australia is really strangely amazing at swimming. Well, not strangely, we are surrounded by coast, but we always win all of, like, swimming. In fact, you know, even weirder, even stranger, Australia has a population of like 27 million, as I said, right? America has a population of what, hundreds of millions? But Australia, in the last Olympics, came third on medal count. With our measly population, we came third. Just behind America and China. That is insane, right? Isn't there that one American guy that always wins swimming? Who? Is it Michael? Is Michael Phelps American or is it Australian? Is that even swimming or is that surfing? Yeah, Michael Phelps, American swimmer. He wins a lot, but swimming, it's sort of like athletics, right? Like, you know how Usain Bolt, they're like, oh, Usain Bolt's the, you know, best sprinter in the world back when he was, you know, still sprinting. But it's that sort of thing of like, there's so many different events. Usain Bolt was the best at the 100 and 200 meter sprint, but I think that's it. And so anything longer than that, there were other people who were the best. And hurdles, there were other people who were the best. And field events, there were, you know. And I think it's the same as swimming. I think Michael Phelps is a freestyler. Am I correct? I heard they created more swimming competitions so America can get more medals. That's funny. Sounds like something they would do, yeah. What is Michael Phelps? He is Michael Phelps swimming records? Come on. Records. Come on, Google. I believe in you. In multiple events, including freestyle, butterfly, medley. Okay, I see. So he's more, I know freestyle and butterfly are very similar, so it makes sense that if you're good at one, you're good at the other. There is like one picture where he has like 40 medals on him. Yep. Yep. I saw that one. Let's bring it up right now, actually. But no, Australia is also, like, you gotta remember, Michael Phelps is one in, what's America's population? 1 in 350 million? And all the Australians who win medals are 1 in 27 million. You get me? I don't know, I think it's insane. Especially since I'm not very good. Ignore the urinal. Especially since I'm not very good at sports, you know? Like, to think that there's so many Australians who are so good at sports is wild to me. But no, here he is with his over 40 medals or something. The Australians need to swim fast so they can escape the deadly Exactly. All the shark attacks. No, apparently all the shark attacks mainly just happen along the Gold Coast, which is Queensland and New South Wales. Can't forget, I forgot what New South Wales is called. Queensland, New South Wales. But I don't know. Sharks aren't too big of a problem. There was a recent news story about someone whose board got chewed in half by a shark. But for the most part, you know, as I said, we've got a massive livestock industry. They say cows kill way more people than sharks do. That's especially true in Australia. So many cows. But, you know, it's kind of weird, right? Because we, humans, we're land creatures. And then we decide to go into the shark's home. And then the sharks eat us because they're hungry. And then we yell at the sharks, right? We yell at the sharks. We're like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. And so we, you know, oftentimes we relocate them or we just kill them. And we're like, yeah, leave us alone. But the sharks aren't coming onto our land. What do you think we'll do if the sharks grew legs and started walking on land? What? Just let them start, you know, relocating us because we're killing them? No! We go onto their territory and then we get mad whenever they disturb us. I think that's funny. But no, what is it? Australian swimming Olympics leaderboard. Sure. Paris, hold on, I'm trying to find. Anyways, who's that one swimmer I was talking about? Australian swimmer. Campbell. Campbell. Who are you? Kate Campbell, that's who she is. Yeah. Apparently, her family are good friends with Gina Reinhardt. Because, you know, Gina's always sponsoring their trips. Who else? What was I going to do? I was going to bring up the Paris Olympics medal leader. I believe at one point we were even first or something. And then we stopped being first. And then we stopped being first. You know, we can't really outdo the United States and China. That's kind of... It's a little bit hard, you know? Why are they saying... Okay, wait, this is weird. Why are they saying that Australia is fourth when clearly we have more points than Japan? Oh wait, and then France is fifth with more points than... I'm a bit confused. Apparently we got fourth in medals, not third. That's my bad. Apparently Japan beat us. But it's okay. It was their own... No, it was Paris. It wasn't their own territory. I'm thinking about What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about the Tokyo Olympics. You remember the Tokyo Olympics? Oh my god, I just remembered. Australia had the youngest ever Olympic gold medalist, I believe, was it? And it was in the skateboarding category. A skateboarder, Australian Olympic gold medal. What was her name? Alyssa True won a gold medal at just age 14 and is Australia's youngest ever Olympic champion. Yeah, it was all over the news. And I was like, wow, what was I doing when I was 14? Wow, what were you doing when you were 14? Just take a long, deep think into your dark past. I'm sure you weren't winning medals, huh? What was I doing when I was 14? Not winning Olympic medals. I can tell you that much. I was making rocket. Really? Wow, you were more, what's the word? You were farther in life than I was. I was watching YouTube. I was going to school, coming home from school, hanging out with friends maybe, and doing absolutely nothing with my life. That sounds about right. I co-designed the SpaceX rocket. I can't tell if you're lying or not. Somehow a 14-year-old co-designing a SpaceX rocket sounds like a myth. Especially, you said you weren't American. I don't know if SpaceX works outside of America, do they? I think I find that hard to believe. I thought when you said you were making a rocket, I thought you meant one of those plastic bottle rockets. You know, one of those that shoot like 20 meters into the air and then come back down. Yeah. I find that a bit hard to believe. They have just a Factorio here for me. Like the game Factorio? Or were you trying to say factory? Can you actually make a rocket in Factorio? I've never played the game before. Wait, it's... I can't spell. Did you mean to say factory? They have a factory in wherever you are, just for you. It's named Jonathan 28's Factory. Doesn't even use your real name. It uses your Twitch username. The goal of Factorio is to make the rocket. Oh, wait, so you are talking about Factorio the game? Wait, so does Factorio actually have an end to it? I didn't know that. I thought the goal was just to get bigger and... like Cookie Clicker. You just get bigger and bigger until you get bored of the game. No, I like the idea that there's a factory. Factory specifically for... a real world factory specifically for you with your name on it. You're the only employee. You're even the boss of the factory. Is that considered slave? Not child labor. Is that considered child labor? Getting a 14-year-old to run their own company, running their own factory for SpaceX. I think that's child labor. I don't think that's illegal. You land on an alien planet and you try to escape, but you don't need. You can always expand. Oh wait, so you're trying to get back to Earth. Naturally back to Australia, of course. I don't know why if you were stuck on an alien planet you would want to go to any other country but Australia. No, we don't have any rocket infrastructure here. What are the countries that have launched rockets? The USA, Russia, China, I think India has, and somewhere in Europe. I guess the planet is Australia. There are a lot of bugs. Australia, the planet. That sounds like heaven. Are the bugs all out to kill you? If the bugs aren't venomous, it's not Australia. It always surprises me, right? Because people always like, oh, being scared of spiders is a bit of a irrational fear. But in Australia, I would say the most common spider that can kill you is the redback spider. and it's got like a little red hourglass. You can Google it yourself. I'm not gonna scare people by bringing it up on stream. But it's got like a little red hourglass on its back, and they are hella deadly and like everywhere. Granted, I haven't seen too many in my life, but I've seen like maybe five redbacks in my life. 5 times I could have died. And in Australia, you sort of like just get used to the different kind of spiders. Like, we have so many daddy long legs. You know, if you live inside of a house, you see a lot of daddy long legs because I guess they just like the warmth of a house. And they're chill, you know? I guess technically they aren't even spiders. And because we've got so many bugs here, especially in, you know, the wet seasons, when it's super humid and it's warm and all of that, there's so many bugs, and you're always bound to have mosquitoes in your room trying to bite you at night, or flies just buzzing in your ear, and all of that. And so having daddy long legs around in your room to, you know, take care of the problem is always nice. I feel like every Australian has a pet daddy long legs in their room. We all name our daddy long legs, and when they die, a new daddy long legs comes to replace them anyways. I think at one point I had 5 daddy long legs chilling in my room. Like, I remember one day, in the one day, I watched 2 daddy long legs climb into my room. It was a little bit insane. But no, there's also, I think, maybe 10 times in my life, I've come home from like a holiday, or I've gone to somewhere for a holiday and gone to like, you know, someone else's house, you know, a friend's house or a relative's house or an Airbnb or something. And it's not rare, if you've been outside of your house for more than a day, you will see a massive, like, you know, 4 or 5 inches in diameter huntsman spider. And the worst part is they'll always hang in a door frame, right? Like on the other side of a door frame. And so you're so scared, you're like, I cannot walk through this door frame because I'm so scared they're just gonna drop on me. And they never drop, right? They'll never drop on you if you walk through the door frame. But it is so scary seeing this massive spider, so big you can see like how furry it is, right? And then you're just walking. It's in the house, and oh god. I'll tell you right now, I'm not the one who deals with the spiders. I am not the one who deals with the spiders. But yeah, we have a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs in Australia. Lots of them. Too many bugs in Australia. What other things like classic Australia? Oh, I know. We have so many alligators and crocodiles. Like almost as much as Florida. You get me? And it's kind of deadly because in Australia there's so much, you know, nature and wildlife. We just don't have the population to sort of need to cut down everything. And also, they say America used to have a lot of forests, but then they sort of cut it all down. But since Australia was sort of founded and all of that way after then, like Australia first became a united nation in 1901. In the very early 1900s. That's how young we are as, you know, as like a founded nation. And there were obviously people here before then, but as like, you know, they weren't cutting down the forest, is all I'm gonna say. But no, we have a lot of forests and whatnot. It's sort of like New Zealand. And so a lot of people in Australia and New Zealand, we love to like go in the outback and maybe hike or maybe camp and whatnot. But that's why alligators and crocodiles are so dangerous, because they're quite smart, especially crocodiles. And they say the rule is, right? The rule is never go to the same place to like wash your dishes or anything, never go to the same place twice. If you're going to a stream or anywhere where there's water, never go to the same place twice, because they say crocodiles are so smart that the first time you go there, they notice you've been there. The second time you go there, they notice it's a pattern. And then for the third time, they're already set up to attack you or get eaten by giant alligators. Exactly! It's so scary. And they can come on land. Like, the scariest part is, right, people are scared of sharks. Sharks can't hurt you on land. You know who can hurt you on land? Alligators and crocodiles. Yeah, apparently there's also a crocodile in a zoo enclosure. I forget where it was in the world. Somewhere in the world. In one of the countries that exist in this world. But it ended up, the zookeeper every day, right, would come to feed. It would be the same zookeeper. Then they would come to feed the crocodile. And he would try to feed the crocodile in the same place every time because it was safe. You know, there was like a ledge there. And so the zookeeper, you know, didn't have to worry about the crocodile noticing it's a pattern because it couldn't attack the zookeeper. But the crocodile, over the span of 6 months, right? Which is insane. Since when was the last time you've committed to something for 6 months? I sure can't remember the last time I've committed to something for 6 months. But over 6 months, the crocodile would be standing like 1 inch or like even centimeters over to one side. Like, you know, deviating from the spot. And the zookeeper, over the span of 6 months, had moved a few meters from the original feeding place. Once again, which is insane, because he never noticed it, because he was moving over and over so slightly each day to feed the crocodile. And the crocodile managed to get him into a position where the crocodile could leap out of the water and have a go at the zookeeper. And thankfully the zookeeper got away. But that's insane. Over 6 months, the crocodile managed to lure a zookeeper over into an unsafe place and attack them. Wow. Going to work is something you've done for 6 months. Yeah, I suppose eat, sleep, and work are things we all have to do. But I don't know. Work is something you have to do, you know? Maybe this was work to the crocodile. Maybe the crocodile would wake up at 6 a.m. every morning and be like, oh, I suppose I have to go to work today. I suppose it's time to go back to work. Sigh. That's his 9 to 5 exactly. But also, I suppose school was a bit like that as well. But honestly, between school and work, which one was more fun? I'm trying to think about my experiences. I feel like I feel like maybe school was a bit more fun than work. Maybe, I don't know. To be honest, both of them were a bit of a drudge. Like, I mean, obviously you have friends at both of them, but a lot of the time, school is sort of just like... School's sort of just like... What am I trying to say? You're not allowed to talk. And work, obviously. Work and school. A lot of the time it's like you're not really allowed to talk with your friends. Or like, even if you are allowed to, even if you've got a good manager, it's like, you can't, you know, you've got to focus on work at some points. And so, it's not like you... Oh, why am I frozen? Why did my avatar freeze? What? That's strange. But no, even if you've got a kind manager, it's like, you still have to do your job, and so you can't really be focused on a conversation. And so, depending on what period of school, college wasn't that fun. Really? Damn. That's the first time I've actually heard someone say college was less fun than, like, regular school. Most people are like, oh, college was way more fun than regular school, because college is like, you get to do what you want. I suppose it's sort of what you're trying to do in life, right? Because some people go to college to sort of pursue dreams and whatnot, and then for other people it's like, their mentality is, if I can get a good job, right? If I can get a good job, then I can work little hours, and then I can, use the money to like, you know, enjoy life, live the good life outside of my job. Whereas other people, like with me, right, I want to make the things I love to do my career. And I've thought about it and I'm like, I don't care if I'm working 14 hours a day doing it, because I think about what I'll do if I wasn't working. And I'm like, yeah, I would probably be drawing or like streaming or any of that, making games. I would probably be doing all of that anyways. So why not just do it and get paid for it, as opposed to like do something I don't like and then come home and do it anyways. But obviously that means I have to keep improving my skills to, you know, get a job in one of those fields. Yeah, maybe it was Corona. That makes sense. That makes sense. Corona hit everybody differently. I feel like, I don't know, universities nowadays though, I feel like a lot of it's online anyway. Like you don't go in too much for university nowadays. And so I feel like Corona didn't really hit university students as hard as, well, okay, some as hard as others. You know, some you do have to go in a lot of hands-on jobs if you're doing paramedicine, for example, or just like any sort of medicine, I imagine. If you're doing, what other hands-on jobs? I can't really think of any. But yeah, no, I didn't mind it too much. At the time as well, I wasn't really hanging out with friends a lot, and so it didn't really take too much of a blow on my life. I was sort of doing what I do every day, except with slight changes to my habit. Yeah. Yeah. It didn't hit me that hard. But no, I can definitely see for some people it would have been tough. Tough. I still hear like horror stories and some people like, oh my god, I couldn't meet people. I couldn't go out and do my usual hanging out with friends for 3 hours a day. And I'm like, wow. Well, you certainly live an extravagant life, don't you, bud? I don't know though. I've had some people say some people say I'm more of an introvert, and other people say I'm more of an extrovert. Well, no, actually, sorry, I take it back. No, I don't take it back. I've actually heard both in about equal proportion. I don't really know, because a lot of people not always. I know, it's not that often it happens, but I've had quite a few people compliment my social skills. They're always like, oh, you're so good at keeping a conversation and making the conversations interesting and making sure that everyone feels heard in a conversation and all of that. But then also, I've had some people be like, wow, you really like staying indoors, don't you? I once had one person use the exact phrase, wow, you're well acquainted with, wait, what was it? You're well acquainted with your room? I think they said that. Wow, you're well acquainted with your room. So, yeah, I've had both sides of the coin. I feel like for me, I do really like hanging out with people, and I don't know if I'd really say it gives me energy. It's more so it gives me, whatchamacallit? How do I, maybe this is about to sound really introverted. So you know when you watch a movie at the cinemas, right? And then the movie ends and you feel really mentally tired, but it was really enjoyable. It was like a nice break from the hustle and bustle of regular life. Yeah, that's what hanging out with regular friends feels like. Like, I get home from a hangout and I'm not like, wow, I feel so motivated to work and so motivated to be super productive. I'm like, I need to relax. But I'm also like, it's also like very refreshing. Yeah, that's a word. It takes a lot out of me, but it's also really refreshing in a way that a shower is super refreshing. Sometimes I get out of a shower and I feel super mentally tired, but also I feel super refreshed. And then after like a half-hour, break, after an episode of a show and I've relaxed, I feel like I have more energy than I normally do. You get me? I bet it was a compliment. I hope you're well acquainted with your room was a compliment. No, I think it was meant to be like a half compliment, but also half like it's just a funny phrase. Maybe you are an extroverted introvert. As long as well acquainted with someone, you have the energy. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because I get a lot of energy from like doing my own stuff. I get a lot of energy from reading, from drawing, from all of this stuff. Like, I'll say after streaming, right? I feel super energetic while streaming. I feel like while I'm streaming, the energy is just, it continues to, it continues to like build up. I don't lose energy while streaming, I gain energy. But the minute I stop streaming, I feel super puffed out. And so, yeah, maybe it is like, I'm extrovert in the sense that I really enjoy hanging out with people. It's really like full of energy, but it also takes energy out of me and I've got to do my own stuff. Wow, I'm well acquainted with someone. Just like how I'm well acquainted with my room, huh? Just like how I'm well acquainted with my room. It's okay. Maybe one day I'll have to say that to someone else. Carry on the message. Well acquainted with your room. Ouch. So I just hit my mic with my water bottle. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why I said ouch. You guys should be saying ouch. Say ouch right now. Ouch. My stream is still saying it's unstable. Oh well, I don't care if it says it's unstable. It looks stable from my end and I'll accept that. Oh yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about. Oh my god, I just remembered. I think this is a tried and true pattern of mine. I will say I've forgotten something, and then if I keep saying, man, I can't believe I forgot what that thing is I was about to say, eventually, after a little while, I end up remembering. It's always like, even if it's something that's like super, I should not have remembered that, it's so obscure that why would I have remembered that? I end up remembering if I say it enough. And I hope you didn't hear that. I hope you didn't hear that burp. It came out, it gave me no warning. It just happened. I hope you didn't hear that. It was such a weird burp as well. Please tell me you didn't hear that burp. But, yeah, no, I played Silksong, right? I've started Silksong. I haven't finished it, obviously. But I've started Silksong, and I was thinking about what's my favorite parts about the game, and what's part of the game that I think didn't mesh well with me, but still was objectively good game design. It just didn't really mesh with how I play games. And was there anything, like, I mean, Silksong's a bit hard to feel like, wow, there was something that's objectively bad game design. But I've played games before where I have thought, oh, maybe if I were to make the game, I would leave that out, because I think that one wouldn't really appeal to many players at all. But yeah, I was trying to think about what did I really enjoy about Silksong, because I had a lot of fun. And I was like, oh, one of the things I really enjoyed were the boss battles. One of my favorite things is bad game design when I have skill issues. Yeah, exactly. It's bad game design when I'm bad at the game. The game should become easier for me, but not too easy. I still want a challenge. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it when, because none of the first few boss battles, let's be real. Maybe some people would disagree. Maybe I'm just really good at Silksong game mechanics. I thought the first few boss battles were quite easy. I think I beat them first try. But then the next few boss battles after that, it's, I would lose the first try, And then the second try, I'd start to like, see all of their patterns. And then I'd eventually break through the first phase, and then they'd get into the second phase and there'd be new patterns, and so I'd inevitably lose. And then I'd also like learn different tricks and strategies to beat the boss, and eventually I'd beat them. And I'd feel super happy. And it's that sort of overcoming the barrier, which I really enjoyed. Sort of just slowly being bad. I use them kind of good at games. No, I usually suck at games, actually. Especially like FPS games. I really suck at FPS games. But I think I'm so used to like sort of, how do I put it? Maybe I'm so used to like boss battles, right? Because as I said, it was one of my favorite parts. I've played other games that have had boss battles in it, and I'm quite good at like slowly learning and whatnot. And so yeah, that was like one of my favorite parts. And that sort of made me think, wow, maybe when I'm thinking about what game should I play next, I should gravitate towards games that have a lot of that sort of boss battle things in it. Like, Souls-like games, a lot of them have a lot of boss battles. And I was sort of thinking, one of the things that made it really fun for me as well was the fact that the bench where you respawn was super close to the boss battle, right? The boss arena. And so I would sit on the chair and, and then go do the boss battle. And if I lost, I wouldn't have to traverse half the map to get back to the boss. I would be like right outside. But then I thought as well, because one of the things that kind of annoyed me is it would always take me about 5 seconds to get to the boss. Like the bench was never right outside the boss. It was always slightly away from it. And, at first I was like kind of annoyed. I'd lose and then I'd be like, again. And I'd have to wait 5 seconds to go fight the boss again. But then I thought, no, actually that's really good game design, because it sort of gives you a minute not a minute, 5 seconds. It gives you 5 seconds just to calm down and also like sort of reflect on what went wrong in that boss fight, what you could have done better. And so it doesn't just chuck you straight back into the action. And I also noticed there's no enemies in between the nearest bench and the boss arena. And I was like, that makes sense. If it's a walk to like calm down, a walk of shame, exactly. If it's a walk of shame, but like to sort of calm your mind, reset your mind, prepare yourself for the next battle, then it makes sense that there's not going to be any enemies in between you and the boss. And I was like, wow, that was really intentional, not just a fluke, but really intentional. And then I thought about what are some parts that I didn't like so much. I have this problem. I'm quite fine at navigating in real life, but when it comes to games, I'm really horrible at navigation. And so, navigation was one of the things where I sort of learned, because what happened with Hollow Knight, right? I tried playing Hollow Knight a few months ago, and I ended up quitting the game super early because I got lost on like the first level. In like the first world, I got lost. And so, yeah. And so in this one, I was like, wait, if that's a part I didn't really like, then if I get lost for more than half an hour and I'm just re-exploring rooms I've already been to, my rule is I'm allowed to search it up. I'm allowed to search up a tutorial. Because if I didn't, some people are like, oh, that would ruin the game. But for me, if I didn't search up a tutorial, then I'm not going to play the game anyways. I'm just going to quit it. And so it's like, it's not really ruining the game if it just ruins the bad parts and then lets me play the fun parts, And also, I'm not a big fan of there being too many lesser enemies, like just basic enemies. Because a lot of the time, it's sort of just a chore to kill them. Sort of just a chore. And so I like it when it's a nice mix of like, there's not many easy to kill enemies. And then a lot of the enemies are like harder to kill, halfway to a boss. But they're not forced to fight like a boss. You get me? And they're also like scattered quite far apart. And so I'm not forced to just, fight them. And also I noticed in Silksong, one really good thing I really liked was there's always quite an easy way to avoid all of the enemies. every room, like every first time doing a room, I'll kill all the enemies. And then if I die and have to go back through that room, I'll just avoid all the enemies. Hello, Wiz! Oh, hello, I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Hello. But don't you feel at home with all these bugs around? Sorry, we're talking about Silksong, by the way. I do feel a bit at home with all the bugs around, but I'm a bit of a, I'm a little bit bug phobic. Even in Australia, as I said, it's rational to have a fear of bugs. And so, yeah, I'm a little bit scared, but they're too cute in Silksong to be scared about them. But yeah, hello, Wiz. This celebration stream, I got Twitch working. You remember a week ago, I was trying to get Twitch working and it didn't work. I finally got Twitch working. Yeah. And so now you can watch on whichever one. That's a celebration. It works. I fixed my internet. I was doing a little checkup as I thought this day would never come, but now I'm gonna continue sleeping and prepare for the workday. Fish emoji. Have you started going to bed at a normal time now, huh, Wiz? It just works. Yeah, the Twitch thing. Yeah. The problem was actually, I was trying to stream at too high of a bitrate apparently. Apparently YouTube really likes you to have a really high bitrate and a really strong internet. And Twitch doesn't care so much. So when I tried to stream through Twitch first, Twitch is like, yeah, you can give your internet a break. Whereas YouTube is like, give me all of the internet. And so trying to stream on both just didn't work. But I've got it working now. I've also got a better internet router. And so my stream doesn't cut out randomly. It's amazing, isn't it? But no, we're talking a bit before about all of the people who watch my streams who have a horrible sleep schedule. Someone came in before, first time viewer as well, and they were like, oh, hello, I'm just coming in to say hi, I'm gonna go to bed. And I'm like, why is, because they're like, oh, it's 2 a.m. for me right now, and I'm like, why is everyone who watches my streams awake at midnight? Why is everyone who watches it in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Southeast Asia or Eastern Asia? It's okay. If it's I am normal at least, yeah. At least you're watching at a normal time. Janetta, what? It's the PMs for you right now? It should be about, wait, let me do the math. It's 6 p.m. about somewhere around there. But yeah, so many. 9. Oh, whoa! Did not expect that one. I don't know what time zone each part of Europe is in. Pretty sure GMT is the one that runs through Paris, right? I'm pretty sure it's the one that runs through Paris, because London and Paris tried to have a fight over which one should be GMT plus 00, and Paris won in the end. But yeah. So many people, because that's sort of another reason why I picked this time zone, is because I was like, yeah, a lot of Europeans and Americans they'll be working, and oh, England won, it's a Greenwich time. Oh, really? I thought Paris won. That's my bad. So it runs through their international dateline, I believe, runs through the opposite side of, the opposite side of the world of, London. Maybe I'll stay for a little, just wake up in 2:40 in the morning. Wow. Is it a good idea? Maybe it's a good idea. I don't know. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm just like, well, I need a video right now. Because I feel like sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, it's a little bit, my brain's a little bit too, too active, is that the word? I feel a bit too awake, and so I'm like, if I try to go to bed right now, my brain is just gonna start running through every thought that has ever occurred to me, and then I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep. And so sometimes I wake up and I'm like, maybe I need to, get something to keep me sleepy, to make sure my brain doesn't run wild, and then I feel super sleepy at the end of like an episode or like a video, and then I fall back asleep. But no, I get you. But it's GMT plus 2 because the summertime. Wait, what does the summer have to do with England's GMT plus minus whatever? What? Wait, so it's Paris GMT plus 0. Am I correct? Hold on, GMT. Time zones. Time zones of the world. Wait, so what does it matter that it's summertime? Doomscrolling until sleepiness takes over? Exactly! Have me on the background and then TikTok in the, you know, on your phone. I can be good background noise. It's fine. It's just my avatar right now. It's not like there's much to watch to visually watch right now anyways. And I'll read out all of chat. Most of Europe is GMT plus 2. Winter time is GMT plus 1 because England is GMT. Wait. What? Huh? Oh wait, am I thinking about UTC? I see. Paris is UTC plus... No, England. No, I take it back. England is UTC plus 0. Wait, so is it, do you have daylight... Whatchamacallit? Do you have daylight savings in... Oh, what's the word? In London, in England. Does England have daylight savings? Is that what I'm trying to say? But, oh yeah, no, it usually is an hour, isn't it? Yeah, it does. Put Subway Surfers on the side. Do you guys really want Subway Surfers? Maybe I need like some whatchamacallit, baby stimulation, you know, videos of dancing fruits. Yeah, England has, what's it called, daylight. Wait, so does most of Europe have daylight savings and Minecraft parkour? I could do Minecraft parkour right now live. How does that sound? No, actually, all keys juggling. Do I have keys? Hold on, wait, let me grab my keys. I can do that one. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, this is hurting my ears. My keys are pretty pathetic, you know. It's my bike key and then my house keys. There's no keychains on it. There's nothing beautiful. Nothing. Oh. My, you know, sometimes it's usually, you want the keys, huh? Maybe I just go create a recording of the keys. But sometimes my mum will often come into my room and be like, you know, you're not very girly. She often, like, you know, will say it about, it's usually about my room, right? Because my room is, yeah, pretty average. Good thing that there are more people now, so I won't have to always show up. Well, it's never a requirement to show up. As I said, it's always a privilege. I'm always so happy to have people here, especially when they chat with me. I'm also happy for the silent watchers as well. But sometimes it's hard to keep a conversation without people chatting. So I'm always happy when people are chatting. But yeah, you're never required to show up, you know? It's always a privilege of mine. Yeah. Help, I got locked up in the basement. What? What do you mean you got locked up? Do we need to call the police? What's the police number in everyone's countries? Because in Australia it's 000. I feel like our one is quite easy, you know, just 3 zeros. In New Zealand it's 111. That's also super easy. In America's not easy either. America is 911. That's pretty hard. 2 separate numbers. That's pretty difficult. Apparently though, from what I heard back in primary school, all those many years ago, apparently you can still call the American and New Zealand police or emergency phone numbers in Australia, and it will actually route to them. But they can actually, if it's an Australian problem, right? Like, let's say there's a kid, and this kid only like watches a lot of YouTube, right? Has watched Brooklyn 911 or something, and only knows the American phone number, and there's like a big emergency, right? But he doesn't know the Australian phone number, so he calls the American emergency phone number, and then they can actually contact the Australian phone people, the Australian emergency people, to send someone over. And so it's not like they have to be like, all right, can you please call 000? Instead, they're like, can you please call, oh, like, we've got you, buddy. I am forced to watch this stream. No, you're not. I wonder who locked him up. Big mystery. Hey, we don't need to talk about who locked you up, right, Jonathan? Right, we don't need to talk about it. It's mystery. Emergency is either 110 or 112, depending on how urgent it is. Wow, your numbers are super easy. Our non-emergency number, I think, is just a regular phone number. Australia non-emergency. Or are they both emergency, but one is just more emergency? For us, our non-emergency is like, oh, my car's been broken into. So it's like, you can take your time. You can take 2 hours to get to me if you want. Our emergency number, yeah. It's 131444. Which has no correlation to 000. But whatever. And that's specifically for police, of course. If you needed the ambulance or the fire brigade, don't be calling the non-emergency. The non-emergency is just for, like break-ins or thefts or, things like that. Things that the police have to investigate, and so it's like gonna take them time anyways. But yeah, 000 here. And what was I saying? In New Zealand, it's 111. Wait, is it 111? I'm pretty sure it's 111 in New Zealand. New Zealand 111. Also, I've been told, yeah, okay, it's the emergency phone number. I've been told it's pretty weird. Apparently, like, some people think it's pretty weird how Australians say 00 or 000 or 11 or like any of that, where instead of saying the number twice, we add the words double or triple in front of it. That's, I think it's completely rational. I think it rolls off the tongue better saying, 000 than 000. Yeah. Well, what are your opinions? Do you think it's weird that I say 00 and 000? Do you think it's perfectly rational and normal? Because, yeah, I don't know. I've had both, but I think it's just fun, Especially, you don't get to say it too often, and so it's sort of just a privilege to be able, whenever you do see it, you're like, I can say it now. But I don't think it works with all numbers, right? Because whenever I say my phone number, I'm not going to say what my phone number is, of course, but my phone number has a doubling number in it, but I never say the doubling number. And also, you know how like phone numbers are also split up by groupings of 3? So normally when there's, a jump in numbers. So if it's like, if your number's 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, right? You don't say 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. You normally say 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So you also don't use the double numbers there. But also, sometimes when it's a long string, I will, normally you say it in groupings of 3, right? Like if you have 20 numbers, it's a password and it's 20 numbers, I would say, actually, let's grab a random number generator. But I believe in the EU, the numbers are all in the 100s, and you can always call 112, doesn't matter what country you're in. That's good. That's good. So if you forget the number, it's like, you can always, you can always call the 112 number. Okay. What's 20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Here we go. Oh, Google can't handle. Google can't handle a number between 1 and that many 9s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Generate the number. Oh my, why can nothing handle such big numbers? You know what, we're just gonna type our own number. It's okay, we're just typing our own number. Okay, that looks like a pretty reasonable long string of numbers, right? So, first of all, try it out yourself. How would you say this long string of numbers, right? try it out yourself. Because how I would say it, normally you try to do groupings of 3, but sometimes you'll break it up for those double numbers. So I would say 883, 672, 008, 366, 471, 092, 7833, 21. You see, like how at the end I said 783321, or sometimes you would just say 8833. No, sorry, 7833 as a whatchamacallit. as if it were just 3 numbers, but it's actually 4. Oh, haha, very funny, Jonathan. That's how I would say it. Yeah, can't believe you'll type out the whole. Wait, did you type it out correctly? Hold on, we're gonna compare the numbers now. Let's see if you typed it out correctly. Can't believe you put in that much effort for such a simpleton joke. You did type it out correctly. Good job. Good on ya. I'm angry. No, it's okay. It was a funny joke. Whatever. I still can't believe the UK is in GMT +1. That's still weird. Because, and also I do see most of Europe is in the same time zone. Oh, at least all of the European Union, it looks like. Including Turkey. Turkey all the way over there. In wintertime, it is GMT. Oh, I would say double or triple instead. Exactly. You also say double and triple, right? Right, Wiz? Exactly. Right, so then, what is it in summertime? If it's GMT, is it not also GMT in summertime? But what I'm saying is, I understand if like summertime was GMT +0 and wintertime was GMT +1 or something, but why are both of them in the positives? That's what confuses me. No, then it's GMT. Huh? You know what? I think my brain is a little bit too small for this. I think my brain is a little bit too small. Let's search up the Australian time zones. GMT is like GMT +0. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So I was thinking it the other way around, but no, that makes sense now. Let me get rid of this password looking thing on my screen. Someone's gonna try to hack me with the password. Oh, great. That's perfect. Do you want to see a beautiful diagram of Australian time zones? It's really beautiful. Copy image address. Wow. Oh. I like how every time I open up my browser, I get to see a new random image. Okay, here's Australian time zones, right? So, Western Australia, +8. Central Australia, which is the Northern Territory and Southern Australia, is +9.5. Not +9, but +9.5. I'm assuming that's because all of the economic activity happens over on the East Coast, and so Central Australia wanted to be a bit closer to the East Coast. And also you'll notice, Western Australia's +8 time zone is, whatchamacallit, Perth is all the way, which is their capital and like where everyone lives, is all the way on the, which way is it? Western side, all the way on the left-hand side. And so that +8 is probably for Perth and not for all of Western Australia. The rest of Western Australia just has to deal with it. Queensland in the top right corner is +10. And then, goddamn, what's it called? New South Wales, Victoria, and Tasmania are normally +10, just like Queensland, but sometimes we turn into +11 because we've got daylight savings times. Yep, basically. Australian time zones suck. And also, obviously, South Australia has the daylight savings. Once again, I'm assuming it's because the economic activity in Sydney and Melbourne just sort of matches up with South Australia's time zone. You get me? You getting me? Anyways, you need a PhD to understand this. Basically, yeah, PhD or live in Australia for long enough. But, you know, we deal. Glad I don't have to deal with the different time zones because it's all GMT +7 here. I wish. I wish. You know, okay, honestly, one of the craziest ones for me is China's time zone. Because China's time zone is all one time zone, right? Wait, is it not all one time zone? Yeah, it's supposed to work on Beijing time. And so, the poor people in China who live in like the more, which way is it, western parts of China just have to deal with Beijing time. I think if I remember correctly, some people work off Beijing time, other people just prefer to work off their, you know, more natural time zone. But most people work off Beijing time because it's mandated. So I feel bad for China. At least if you live in Western Australia, you're not waking up in, you know, in a really bad time. But, I don't know, time zones are a little bit weird. They're a little bit strange. And I believe, what time zone is Japan in? Japanese time zone. They're in GMT +9. So they don't even overlap with any of Australia's time zones. I thought maybe one of them might have overlapped, but nope. There's also Australian, what's it called? The Australian time zone plus 15 minutes. Which one is it? There's a time zone in Australia. Here we go. UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. Which place is it? It's used in a time in Australia, which is called Central Western Time. Sure. It's along the Ira Highway. Yeah, there's a place in Australia, right? And its time zone is UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, wait, does that not show it? Boo. On Wikipedia, there's a little dot where it should be. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Central Western Time, far in the east. Well, it's in the east of Western Australia. Not in the east by Eastern state standards. You know, one of the another funny thing about time zone. Sorry, this is where my inner geek comes out. I think I've warned you about this before, but I can be geeky sometimes. What is it? It's a time zone, the international dateline. International dateline. And it's got like, it's so bumpy because some places want to be more aligned with the US and other places want to be more aligned with the, you know, more Pacific, with Australia and especially Beijing time. A lot of countries want to be close to that, close to the time zone. And so it looks a little bit like, if I can load the image, like this. It looks a little bit like this, right? So we got Samoa, Fiji, New Zealand, the Marshall Islands all on our side, and then Kiribati, Hawaii, Tonga all on the US side. It's insane. And what do you geeking? Yes, time zones. Naturally, what do you geeking, huh? What, you like trains, you like planes? No, I like time zones. I I'm a big linguistics geek, although I don't know too much about linguistics. I'm still a beginner linguistics nerd. But I love linguistics. I love board games. I love... What else? I don't know. It's always like strangest of things. So it's never something I know I'm like super interested in until the conversation topic comes up. But my friends are always like, wow, you know so much. Like I remember in high school, right? Back when I was in high school, how high school works in Australia is you get to pick what subjects you want to do. So English is mandated. You have to do English, but apart from that, you get to pick what other subjects you want to do. And so I had a lot of friends that would pick psychology or would pick biology and like all of those sort of, whatchamacallit, all the sciencey subjects, or even like some of them would pick more humanities subjects like geography and history and all of that. And I was always picking like art subjects, so I never did their subjects, right? I did, I did like all the art and music and all of that, obviously. And don't you need to have a second language? No, not in Australia. I've heard in Europe it's quite common. I think in Canada it's quite common. We had to have 2 second languages. Wow. In Australia you get to pick whether you want to do a second language. So the most common ones here are German, which is one I did. I did do a second language, don't worry. I didn't do. You can do French. You can also do Japanese. A lot of people do Japanese for obvious reasons. I also know a little bit I'm learning Japanese right now as well, but not at school, First was English and the second you could choose. Damn! That must be why so many Europeans are so great at English. I always notice sometimes, like, back when I was learning German a bit more, I would watch a lot of German streamers, and a lot of the time they would just speak English whenever someone, sent an English comment because they were just that fluent in English. You also said, Wiz, that it was pretty uncommon at first for people to speak English in your country, but then now it's quite common, right? Probably, is it because of the school system? Is it because more of the internet is making a lot of people learn English? Because I know in Indonesia as well, I've got a few people from Indonesia, and yeah, most of the kids can speak English in Indonesia because of the internet. And apparently, like super surprisingly, there's a lot of people in Indonesia call a problem. Look, I'm a bit more descriptivist when it comes to linguistics, and so I'm not one to start shouting, this is a problem, this is the way things should be. But yeah, apparently a lot of people in Indonesia, like a lot of kids, now can't speak Indonesian because they speak, English online, and when it comes to their friends, they're all speaking English, and even their schooling system might be English. I'm pretty sure it's not mandated that you have to speak Indonesian in Indonesian schools. Like I know in a lot of countries it's mandated you have to speak that language in that school, but in Indonesia, I'm not quite sure. And especially religious schools, I know a lot of religious schools across the world, especially in like Asia, speak, they speak English, or at least teach English, so that if you go on a missionary quest, what's it called? I'm making religion an RPG now. Yeah, your next quest, your next side mission is to go be a missionary in Australia or New Zealand, or, somewhere that speaks English. Or if you do go to another country that doesn't speak English, but, then their religious community might also speak English, and so you can communicate to them through English, even though both of your native languages are different. Bingo, yeah, so it's the internet. Technically both. Oh, okay, so a lot of schools are also teaching English in your country, but the bingo in the glorious busted meme? Hold on, I gotta search this up. I've never seen this meme. Bingo, glorious busted meme. Oh, wait, no, I have seen this one before. I just didn't know the name of it. Do you want to see it? Hold on. It's going to be super low res. Is that okay? Are you guys fine with super low res? Thought the stream crashed, so I had to switch into data. Oh, did it crash, or was it crash on your end? Did it crash on my end or your end? Don't tell me my internet actually is failing me again after I thought I fixed it. Please. Please tell me it's working. Gah. There you go, it's super tiny. Can I... Here you go. You don't need chat, right? No one was reading chat anyways. That's a lie. Everyone's reading chat. There we go. Yeah, was a problem on my end or on your end? I wonder. And I've got too many tabs open again. Well then, someone from the future will read them. Maybe. The future people. I always make sure every stream to say hello to the future people. Because I notice a lot of the people who watch my streams actually end up watching them in the future for some reason. Maybe it's because they're asleep. Maybe. Whoops, my bad. You know, oh my god, I just remembered. You know, freaking PayPal. Because I was saying before, I set up the whole donations thing. And so, you know, there's whole TTS and the whole, whatchamacallit? It does a little pop-up. A little pop-up, and there's TTS and whatnot. And yeah, I was getting that all working, right? And I wanted to make sure it could work like with an actual donation as opposed to just the fake donations. And so I, you know, gave myself a donation. I know. I know. I'm the very first person to donate to myself. But I gave myself a donation of 3 AUD because that's what's required to activate the TTS. And then I checked PayPal to see if PayPal accepted my money and installed 20 cents. PayPal took a 20-cent fee. And so yeah, exactly how nice I am to myself. But I didn't even get the full $3. And so I gave myself $3, but PayPal stole 20 cents. I'm so angry. It's okay. When you set up a PayPal account after tax, no, but that's the thing. I don't have tax because, you know, I'm not making... My streams aren't really making over... What's the tax threshold in Australia? Is it like 20,000 or something? My streams aren't really making over $20,000. I've got my first $2.80. And this says product tax included. But no, it said, I did check. It was just a PayPal processing fee. And I was like, these bastards. They stole 20 of my cents. And now every time someone donates $3 to do TTS, it's gonna steal another 20 cents. That's gonna add up. It's not gonna add up, really. I was Googling it the other day, you know, seeing why it was, and they said it was tax, and they're like, if you have $1,000 received in your PayPal, you've lost about $30. And I'm like, that's a couple meals. I'm okay to lose $30 out of every $1,000. That's, you know, I can deal. In Switzerland, the tax threshold is like 200,000 franc. Yeah, no, 200,000 franc to AUD. What's that in AUD? What's that in AUD? What's that in AUD? Swiss franc to AUD. Hold on, give me a second. Whoa! That's 400,000 AUD? What? Wait, and just to confirm, that period in the middle of the 200,000, that's not a decimal point, right? That's an actual, you know, 200,000, like a billion Monopoly money. Not even, that's like talking trillions. What? I guess Switzerland is just so rich that they don't need to tax their people. That's insane. Wait, but Australian tax... so bad. Let me give you guys a graph. Where is it? Bam. What are all these numbers? Marginal tax rate, average tax rate, what? Huh? What are all these different numbers? So the tax agencies can focus on the big earners. Wow, I really wish most countries did that, cause whatchamacallit? In America, right? They're always like, oh, the tax agencies are always, the tax office is always bullying, the average earners, and then the billionaires are just walking away with, paying minimal tax. And I think it might be that I don't actually know how bad it is in Australia. Anyways, I'm just gonna show you this graph. You guys can figure it out for yourself, right? You guys know how to read tax graphs, right? I don't know, I don't do my own taxes. Here we go. So, is that big enough? I don't think that's big enough. No one needs to read chat. Bye-bye, chat. You could send something really bad right now and then delete it and no one would see. But, yeah, so, I guess, effective tax threshold, whatever. $20,000, you're not paying any tax. And then it jumps up to, is that 30%? And then at 37,000, you're paying almost 40% tax. Above 180,000, which, by the way, in francs, whatchamacallit, in Swiss francs, is only 90,000. You're already paying 50% tax, right? Yeah, we have big tax for big earners. And that's the thing, like, in Australia, if you're making $180,000, you're definitely doing well off. But we've talked about houses before, and housing costs way more than that. I'm not even sure if tax exists here. Lucky. Lucky. Man, we lose. Let me search up exactly what it is. We lose 19 cents for each dollar if we're making still under the median wage, right? The median wage in Australia is what? Median Aussie wage? It's $70,000. If you're making under 50,000, you're already getting taxed 19 cents in the dollar. If you're getting paid, if you're at the average, right? If you're under $120,000, you're getting taxed 30 cents in the dollar, right? Which means if you're making a medium wage, you're getting taxed 30 cents in the dollar. That's insane. That's insane. And then under $180,000, it's 40 cents. And then over $180,000, it's 45 cents in the dollar. That's insane. But to be fair, in how it works, right, is it's not like if you make that money, like it's not like if you're making $30,000 in a year, right? All that $30,000 is getting taxed 19 cents in the dollar. It's more so for the first $20,000, you get to keep it fully, right? So the first $20,000 doesn't get taxed. And then the next $30,000 gets taxed at that 19 cents in the dollar. So it's quite fair in that sense that it's not like you're trying to make exactly under 18,000 so you don't have to pay tax. It works in a much better way than just, if you make over this money, then all of your income is taxed at this percent. That sounded super nerdy. Has the potential to become a soundboard on Discord, please. You guys don't need to do that. Maybe I could make it a soundboard for like Twitch or something. I don't know. I was thinking because I also, if I do any like channel rewards on Twitch, I want to make them available in YouTube as well, because I want it to be fair between the two. And so I was thinking maybe I can just make a command in YouTube, and then there's a timer internal timer on my computer next to your name. And so if you try to do that command again before the time runs out, it doesn't work, and so you can't just spam it. Because on Twitch there's channel points which work, you know, per however long. I forget how much you get per minute of watch, but yeah. But on YouTube you don't get that. In Germany it's similar to Austria, but the curve is a bit steeper and may or may not work in a tax-related field. Oh, then Australia. Okay, I was gonna say, are you trying to say Austria there? Wow, wait, let me search up Germany. Germany. Wow. You guys love your graphs, don't you? In Australia we've got like 4 tax brackets. In Germany it's just graphs. I search it up and it's just graphs. Australians a bit too stupid for graphs. Tax. Wait, so... Oh, you guys get taxed at a very tiny income. Is it gonna tell me? Is it gonna... Literally, in Australia... Okay, when I searched up for Australia, it was like, if you make this much, you get taxed that much, right? When I search up in Germany, it's like, right, here's the entire history of taxes. Here's all of the tax brackets that have ever existed. Here's all of the stats for like how much money you're gonna be taxed for how much money you earn. And oh my god. So many graphs. Okay, I found the simple one. So for the first 9,000, about a little bit under 9,000. For the first 9,000, you get to keep all of your money. You get to keep all of the money. And then between that 9,000 and about 50,000, 55,000, 54,000, if we're being more exact, 54,000 and 58 euro, you get taxed 14%, which is actually, I think you guys are doing better than us, right? Because you gotta almost double the money between euro and AUD. And so we're talking about 20,000 to 100,000 is only 14 cents in the dollar. Yeah, that's way better than what ours was. We're already taxing like 30 cents in the dollar at this point. And then underneath 250,000, you've got 42 cents in the dollar. And finally, above 250,000 euros, you've got 45 cents in the dollar. Or in the euro. Sorry, my bad, in the euro. So basically the same as under 250,000. But also, apparently I'm reading right now, news has just come in, right? The taxable income is different for married taxpayers. What? But it seems to be exactly double. And now what I'm thinking, right, is it's the combined tax of the married taxpayers, right? Like, it's not per individual in a married household. It's both the individuals in a married household. So if one is making, if one is a breadwinner, if one of the married people is a breadwinner and the other one isn't a breadwinner, then the breadwinner doesn't get taxed so harshly. It got raised from 9k to 11k recently. Oh, okay. Once again, way better than Australia. We're taxing the hell out of everyone, it seems. But I suppose it's just because Australia, is supposed to be quite rich. I don't even think, what's poverty rates in Australia? I don't think we have 13.4% in 2022, which is not great. But if we search up in America, What? How is Australia doing worse than America in poverty rates? Never mind, Australia just sucks, I suppose. There are like 6 different tax classes. Oh, that's confusing. For Australia, I think companies get taxed a little bit different than individuals, but that's it. There's no married couples shenanigans or anything. The ones for married is structured so the highest earners get taxed less. Okay, that makes sense. But they want to change that. If it will happen, I'm not so sure. There is a saying in Germany, the gears of the government grind slowly. Well, a lot of bureaucracy in Germany, I guess. In Australia, We don't need to talk about Australian politics and bureaucracy. We don't need to talk about it. It's... If you've heard of Irish politics and bureaucracy, it's a bit like that. Yeah. Yeah. But that's insane. So many different numbers. So many... Man, Germany's certainly something. Man, and would those taxes be the same across all of the European free trade, like, economic zone? Or is it different? Because I know all of your tariffs have to be the same so that you can internally tariff each other at a 0%. But are all the taxes the same or different? Anyways, let's talk about piss again. Okay, you know what? No. I'm gonna go do that. Wait a sec. I'm gonna bring up my timer. My stopwatch side. You can think long and hard about your decisions. Wow. Well, I'll leave you for... Last time I timed it, it was 1.5 minutes, although I think I was rushing then. So, let's see how long it takes me this time. You can think long and hard about your decisions, okay? Oh, sorry, wait. New chat message. So we went from toilet stories all the way to this? Yeah, don't watch the stream highlight. Don't watch, whatchamacallit, the replay. One day I've got to be careful, right? Because no one has ever before, whatchamacallit, no one has ever clipped me. Create a clip compilation of any of my videos. But I know one day I'm going to say the worst thing ever, and then someone's going to clip it, and the clip is going to go viral, and people will only know me. If I want to keep people watching, the new people watching who come in from that clip, I'm going to have to keep talking about the thing, and then keep my reputation horrible, and then... I guess it's better like that. Better like what? Having a horrible reputation? Huh? Secretly, privates, all the... Hold on. Sorry, my screen chat's super tiny for me right now. Let me go into YouTube so I can read this. Secretly privates all the inappropriate clips. Oh, whoops. I was sharing my screen. That's okay. I don't care what's over here anyways. Nothing. Nothing of importance, huh? I'm pretty sure it's safe to show this, right? What are you guys gonna do about it? Hack me, huh? Anyways, I'll be back in between 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes. I hack a man you right now. I don't think you can through that YouTube panel. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Well, a little bit more than a second. You know, in Australia, one thing people think are weird as well. I've really got to go. Sorry, I'll keep it quick. One thing that people think is weird as well is the fact that... So I'm slapping my thighs right now. Slap the thigh. What am I trying to say? In Australia, some people say I won't be a minute. To say like, oh, I'll be super quick, right? Some people think that's weird. So I'm gonna say it right now. I won't be a minute. Wait, am I muted or unmuted? Hold on. Let's reset the timer. Let's... I clicked the mute button, but I don't think it worked. And then I think I clicked it again and it worked, but I thought it didn't work. And anyways, 3, 2, 1. We don't need to talk about the 2-minute 50-second time on the screen right now. We don't need to talk about that. That's not important, right? 1 minute and a half mark. Yeah, I almost made it to double that. Look, it's okay. Something came up. But I made it back, didn't I? I made it back. For you all, have you thought about your... I did wash my hands, okay? Wait, you think I went to the toilet for 3 minutes and didn't wash my hands? With soap, by the way. With soap. Made sure to properly wash my hands. Of course I wash my hands. No, actually, I just, I said this literally yesterday. I messaged someone, right? And they asked me the exact same question. They're like, did you wash your hands? And I was like, no, I actually wiped with my hands and then chose not to wash. I think that freaked them out a little bit. So maybe I should hold off on that one. But have you thought about your decisions? Well, I didn't actually do that. I just joked about doing that. It was just a joke. Have you thought about your whatchamacallit? What was I trying to say? Your words, thoughts? Wanting to talk about piss again? Exactly. I'm so sorry. I keep seeing new people pop into the stream. Like, they don't chat, but they're just silent. And I'm like, what must they be thinking right now? I feel so bad for them. What must they be thinking, huh? Oh well. Poor them, I suppose. Poor them. What was I gonna? I feel like I was gonna say something. I feel like I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was gonna say. It's okay. I don't need to say it. If I forgot, it probably wasn't important, right? To be honest, I wouldn't chat either if it's all about pee and toilets. Well, it's not all about pee and toilets. It's not. That was one time. That was once, okay? Most of the time, I don't even tell you guys when I go to the toilet. I just say I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes. You never know. I could be filling up my water bottle. In fact, sometimes when I go to the toilet, I do just fill up my water bottle on the way. But no, this time my water bottle was already half full from last time. I filled up at the start of the stream, so that's okay. But yeah, no, there's a lot of conversation topics on the Kaho Nyaneko channel, like time zones and sports. we talk about sports. I don't play sports, but we talk about sports. We also talk about games. I've talked about games before, right? Games. Yeah, no, basically, yeah. Very interesting, very insightful. High school toilets? Exactly, we've talked about high school toilets before. I think... Wait, did I mention? No, I didn't mention on this stream. I talked about public toilets in this stream because I was surprised about the piss wall. You know how, like, guys' toilets have a wall that you piss on sometimes? Somehow how insane that is. Yeah. And we also talked about the fabled, Jonathan had a very good word for it. The forbidden lemonade bottle. Anyways, yeah, no, we talk about many things in this channel for anyone. Yep. Many interests. What are the other interests? We do tongue twisters. I've done a couple tongue twisters. Let's do another tongue twister right now, actually. What's another language I could do a tongue twister in? Let's do a Japanese tongue twister. Because clearly I can't do them in German, right? Clearly I suck at them in German. And English, I'm almost run out of all my English one. Dutch, their language sounds funny. I'll try Dutch. I've never really heard much Dutch, but I'll try it out. Learn 8 Dutch tongue twisters. Wait, this one's perfect. Do you speak Dutch? Does anyone here speak Dutch? I've got the perfect one. Where is it? I saw it just before. Come on. Come on, where is it? Here we go. It sounds like drunk Englishmen trying to speak German. Oh, so like me almost, but I'm a little bit off a drunk Englishman. I'm sober right now, and I'm not English. Well, I mean, I speak English, but I'm, Australian. Alright, let's just put my password back up on the screen. My phone number and my password for anyone who wants, that information. Here we go. Yep. I hope no one here can speak Dutch, because the translation is pretty gruesome. Als in pot vis op in pot pot. Okay, wait, let's try it. No, I'm gonna keep going quickly until I get it. Als in pot vis op in pist pot pist heb ja in pist pot vol pot vis pis. What is this? What is this? Als in pot vis ep in pist pot pist. As input this I translate it. You don't need to translate it. It's okay. No translating today. We'll just listen to my beautiful voice speaking Dutch. As input vis op in piss pot pist heb ja in piss pot vol pot vis piss. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna remove it before anyone is able to translate it. There we go. No translations today. Man, there's one that looks like Zelda. Zelden Zagen Vij. Vij? Is J still pronounced as a Y in Dutch? I wonder. How is J pronounced in Dutch? It's pronounced as a Y. Okay. Or the I. Okay, a Y or an I see. Yep, very similar to German, right? Probably. I'm sure I didn't mess the whole thing up, right? What was I gonna do? I keep forgetting what I was gonna do. The tongue twisters, they keep racking my brain. They grab a syringe and start stabbing my brain, but very lightly, because it's a syringe, It's not something brutal, it's a syringe. They're like, not too bad, right? I've seen a syringe at least twice in my life. I've got a question. When you guys get an injection or get blood taken or anything, do you look at the needle or do you look away from the needle? Because I always look away from the needle. I never look at it. I don't get lightheaded or anything, because a lot of doctors, every time they do it, they're like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Tell me you're okay." God, yes, I'm okay. And I'm like, good, because a lot of people faint apparently. But I think it's because I'm obviously looking the other way. I'm obviously looking the other way, that they're like, "Hey, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" Nah, I would not look at that pointy, scary thing. Stares at the needle. You stare at the needle, Wiz? But Jonathan does. Jonathan agrees with me. Look away. Especially when it comes to blood, everything's clear. It's all, clear stuff, right? And so you can see the blood slowly be drained out of your body, and you're like, I don't like this. It's... Nah. No, nah. Sorry, I'm describing my hate for needles right now. Apparently they were trying to create what was it? Was it a vaccine or something that you could inject like nasally, that's a funny word, up your nose, to help people who are scared of needles, you know, be able to take vaccines or any other sorts of, I'm not sure if it's just vaccines or like other things as well, but I thought that was interesting because apparently, yeah, there's some people so scared of needles that they just cannot get injections or like anything like that without, I guess, being sedated first. Yeah, a doctor once was like, they're like, oh, yeah, you know, I've had to sedate patients before, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, wow, really? They're like, yeah, I've had to sedate patients before to do, like, you know, any injections and whatnot. I'm like, damn. There was an invention you can eat, and the founder started vaccines cause autism so they can sell. What? Wait, like an invention that's meant to help prevent like infection, but it's not actually a vaccine? Because surely if it actually was like a real working vaccine, you wouldn't use that sort of, you know, you wouldn't use that sort of like advertising, right? You would just be like, oh, it's a real vaccine that really works. As opposed to being like, no, vaccines are bad, but take mine. Take my vaccine, please. Give me money. I want money. Like with strings. Oh, stirrings? With stirrings. Because all of them, but this vaccine, you can take it orally. Stirrings? What's it? Hold on. Am I stupid or is this a typo? There is no such thing as stirrings with one R. That's what I thought. The pointy thing? Huh? You mean the needle? Are you just talking about the needle? Is it? Huh? Wait. Huh? Wait. The pointy. Are you just talking about a needle? Is this just? I'm pretty sure it's just a needle, right? That's interesting. That's interesting. Man, the lengths people will go to sell things. Syringes. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, that's the funny thing. Whenever I think of a syringe, I think of not a needle syringe, but you know, the syringes that have the big, the big opening. You know those ones. Hold on. Yeah, it's like literally one of the first images. No, I don't want to buy stuff. I just want an image. Here we go. Wow, literally the exact syringe I was thinking of. First image, copy image, and paste the image. There we go. The syringe. You know, and it has like the big opening, and I remember when I was a kid, I would always get like headache medicine and whatnot injected through one of these syringes, like, you know, because you need to make sure the measurement is correct, and it was like, obviously you would just drink it, and it tasted like orange. Not like the actual orange fruit, but like orange flavoring, you get me? English language, hard language. Hey, you know, I grew up in the English language. I think it's a perfectly normal. No, I'm just kidding. It's even a hard language for me. I don't think you've ever seen me do it before, but I'm really bad at reading some things. Not like I can read books, obviously, and it's like fine, but reading aloud, right? Confusing at best. Exactly, confusing at best, and whatchamacallit? Just plain impossible at worst. I'm gonna bring up. I know I think I've already showed you Wiz, but I'm gonna bring up the idea of crash blossoms again, because I think that's a perfect. I think this is a perfect example of when, you know, the English language just goes horribly. Copy image. Here we go. Crash blossoms. Violinist linked to JL Crash Blossoms. What are Crash Blossoms? Obviously, that's not the real thing. It's violinist, comma, linked to JL crash with some. I'm assuming it is maybe a financial crash or like a plane crash or something. The violinist blossoms, who was linked to the crash. But that's just confusing. Why does English have to be confusing like that, right? Although, okay, I've got my qualms with German, right? The German language, I just need to complain a little bit more about the German language. First of all, genders, not needed. Not needed. It's not like, some people like to claim that genders in German help, they help differentiate like certain words. But most of the, like in English, right, we have synonyms. Not synonyms, homonyms, right? A nail, which is like something, you use with a hammer, and then a fingernail. We have a foot, like a human foot, and then a foot of a chair and whatnot. But, in German people are like, oh, the homonyms, you need the genders for that. But no, you don't. You do not. Well, like, der, die, das, den. Exactly, but not just then. Like, all of the having to add the, E and EN and ES afterwards and all of that. Having to, is that all? No, there's also the, possessive. It's kind of like difficult when it comes to possessive things and pronouns and all of that. It's easy after like 10 years. 10 years of like speaking it fluently, or like if I were to focus on German, dedicate my life to German, go live in Germany right now for 10 years, would I get used to it? Or is it like people who were born and lived in Germany, it's a native language. Once they're 10 years old, they understand it as a mother language. Okay, I see. So once you're like 10 years old, you understand it. Well then, that makes things hard, doesn't it? But no, and also, why? Why do we need to put our verbs at the end of a sentence? We don't need that. I understand. I really like it, right? I'm a big fan of how you guys always put your verbs second most of the time. Modal verbs, if there's a modal verb that always goes second, most of the time the verb is always second. Unlike in English where it can be third or whatnot. But why? Why can you have freaking, what's the example about like, this is an example about like how a plane departs. And it says, what's a translate depart German translate abweichen, right? And it's like, I from the airport yesterday in a blue coat with my friends Rebecca, John, and Mary Weichen. Like, you split the word from one half of the sentence to the other end of the sentence. I don't get it. Why? Why? Why would you do that to yourselves, huh? Abweichen is like differences from. Oh, really? Oh, I see. Wait, I'm talking about abfahren. There we go. Abfahren. This is why you don't just trust the first thing that pops up in your dictionary. Abfahren is what I'm talking about. To depart. But no, it's like in German being like, ID from the airport with my friends Mary, John, and Elizabeth, wearing a blue coat, bringing my luggage around from the JAL airport. Pardon. It makes no sense. Why would you split it up so far? Abfallen is like falling off. Because yeah, sometimes it's like when you read a German sentence, you're just so confused. Oh no, I'm talking about abfahren. This is my pronunciation just being wrong. Abfahren. Abfahren. Like to drive, fahren, abfahren. Yeah, exactly, that one. But yeah, what was I saying about German? That gets me, because sometimes you have to read the whole sentence in confusion and then you get the verb and then you're like, wow, I finally understand the sentence. Now that I've got the verb after a 50-word sentence. I don't even think there is one for fun. No, this is to depart from. So you're departing from the airport. So, but I guess technically not flying off. Abfahren is driving off. It's not, driving like away from, driving, you know, I don't know. Look, I did German for a few years in high school, okay? You know, some people are like, oh, how do you remember the language? And I'm like, I don't know. It kind of just stuck with me. Because apparently a lot of people who learn a language and then stop learning it just forget it. But for me, everything I knew back then, I know now. To be fair though, most people say I've got photographic memory. It's not perfectly photographic, but I've got very good memory, you know? And a lot of people are very mad. I once met someone who genuinely has really, really bad memory, and they were so jealous. Because especially visual and auditory, I'm very good at remembering those things. So sometimes I'll like bring up something from a conversation we had a couple of years ago, and they're like, how do you remember that? And I'm like, I don't know. And maybe that's why I'm so good at remembering the German language, because I've just got a good memory. Perhaps. Perhaps. Or maybe, whatchamacallit. Maybe it's just, I don't know, something else. But no, so no need to brag, but I got a good memory. Or giant brain. No, I'm pretty stupid. I'm pretty stupid. Yeah, you're incapable of remembering what you are trying to say just yet. We don't talk about that. I've got very bad short-term memory, but very good long-term memory. I'll say that. And also, I'm bad at remembering things in my brain. Like like with that thing last night when I was like, oh, I had something I wanted to say last night, but I forgot it. I'm very bad at remembering what like I say in my own brain. You know, a little voice in my head. I'm very bad at remembering that. But I'm a lot better when it comes to what other people do and say, you know? It's not like I can't entirely remember what I say in my head, but it's a lot harder. And actually, I have a weird... I know, some people have said it's quite strange how I communicate, because I'm a little bit scared of saying the wrong thing. Like, when I was a kid, I would constantly say the wrong thing at the wrong time. And so I've sort of learned now to, not learn even, it's just a habit, right? It's just ingrained in me. Before I say something, the sentence is already there, right? So I'm never really improving anything. I always know what I'm going to say about a second before I say it. Most of the time. Like 90% of the time. Which is why sometimes you'll hear me start a sentence. Because how my brain works is it doesn't actually think of the full sentence when it like composes a sentence in my head. I compose I know the general idea of what I want to say, and then I compose the first half of the sentence, and while I'm saying the first half of the sentence, I'm composing the second half of the sentence in my brain. And it's like, it's a very visual process, right? Like I can actually see the sentence in my brain. I got, you know the test where it's like, imagine a red apple on a table, how realistic is the apple? I got very good like visual imagination, right? So a lot of time I can imagine sentences. And so yeah, I craft the first half, and then I'm saying the first half, and I'm trying to craft the second half, but sometimes I just don't end up making the second half of the sentence, and I go like, so, wait, what was I gonna say? And I'm just, yeah. But whenever I do compose a sentence, I run it through, like I'll say it in my head, or just look at it in my head, one of the two. And then I run it through an internal filter. And that's how, you know, I'm usually good nowadays at not saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Which is very good for streaming, because if you say the wrong thing at the wrong time, you can't really go back, you know, it's sort of just there forever. But yeah, and so whatchamacallit? I run it through a filter, and how my filter works is it's like a traffic light system. Green means it's completely okay to say. Red means don't say that. Maybe it's okay, but I'm gonna have to genuinely think about it. And usually when it's red, it's like, I could just say something else right now. I don't need to say this thing that could be very stupid for me to say. And then orange is like, you can maybe say that, maybe it will come off the wrong way. And usually when that happens, I'm like, maybe I just don't say it. Once again, I can always just say something else. Thankfully, my brain is... I've been told I'm a very innocent person. I've been told I'm a very innocent person, you know? And so thankfully my brain doesn't think of many bad things. But also I've been told I've had a lot of people come up to me and like after being friends with me for long enough and being like, I think you're autistic. And I'm like, really? Because I never really think about myself. And then they're like, yeah, because I'm autistic as well. And you're like doing exactly what I do. And I'm like, oh, really? Like, oh, really? That's strange. Although I've never like tried to, you know, actually check medically. Geeking out about time zones. Exactly. That's exactly why people are like, oh, I think. And the worst part is, right, it's never like, you know, just like your average Joe. They always have to start it off with, by the way, as an autistic person, I think you're autistic. And so it's not something where I can just be like, oh, maybe yes, maybe no. It's like, that's pretty damning evidence that every autistic person comes up to me and says that. But it's okay, you know? I've learned to live my life my own way. When it comes to trains at terminal, actually, I don't really care about trains that much. I love public infrastructure, like, you know, how trains get people around, but I don't know about what the different kinds of trains are. I don't really know what about the different engines and different carriages and different models. I don't know about that. But I geek out a lot about public infrastructure, if that's something. It's also, a lot of dyslexic people come up to me and say, I think you're dyslexic. Because as I said, whenever I'm reading aloud, I'll always read a word. And Wiz knows this. I do this a lot with a lot of what Wiz says. I will read a word and just assume it's a correct word. And then someone, you know, will be like, no, I actually said this. And I'm like, what? Did you know the longest train is in Australia? Actually? Why do we need we've literally got such a tiny population. Or is there a freight train? I was gonna say, we don't need that big of a train for our tiny population. Longest train. Longest train in the world. For all? Okay, that makes it is a freight train. 7.353 kilometers. That is a long distance run. The longest I've ever run is 10 kilometers. Freaking 7.5 kilometers. Wait, but I wonder, how do they, like, unload the train? Do they move the train forward as they're unloading it, or do they move themselves backwards? It's like a kilometer long. No. You don't understand. It's 7 kilometers long. For any Americans, that's almost 5 miles. And weighs almost 100,000 tons. What's that? 100 kilotons? That's a real thing, right? 100 kilotons. They push them with humans. Man. Trains. I'm scared of trains, actually. And planes. Apparently a lot of, you know, trains is like... Sorry, planes is a big thing within the autistic community. But I don't know much about planes either. I know what a Boeing... 737... Was it 373? No, it's 737, right? I know what Boeing 737 is. But that's about it. Yep. Although I've watched some of Wendover's videos on YouTube, and he talks a bit about planes. He loves planes, and so I know a bit about planes from there. I know how horrible, whatchamacallit, is it Los Angeles? Is that the one near yeah, LAX. I know how horrible LAX's airport is. And how they don't even have any public infrastructure to get in and out of the airport. So, and Ubers are super expensive, right? And so if you want to get to like the Los Angeles city from LAX, you're spending like $100 on a car ride. That's insane. Yeah, it's the one that's always crashing. Have you heard about the people mover at LAX? Is that The monorail. Is that the monorail? Or are you talking about the bus system? No, I'm pretty sure. Wait, the people mover. People mover LAX. That's a monorail, is it not? Hold on. I don't know. Apparently, has it been constructed yet, or is it still in construction? Where is it? Where is it? Will run for 2.5 miles and have 6 stations. Is it built? Can you, Wikipedia? Can you tell me, please? Also, is it a monorail or is it? It's not gonna tell me, I suppose. Oh, history. Planned opening in January 2026. Not built yet. Okay. Fully elevated. I don't actually know what a definition of a monorail is. What is monorail? Is it just something that can only go one way because it's only got one rail? Is that the definition? Because you know how like most trains have like, you know, they've got 2 train tracks adjacent to each other. Monorail definition. No, not deflection. God. Definition. A train on one rail that only goes in one direction. Okay, so it is, you know, single rail, you can't go back. And I'm assuming it's in a big circle, right? Let me check. Unless you just have one cart running on it. No, LAX is just a straight line. I suppose it just has one cart going back and forth and back and forth. I don't think, do we have any monorails in Australia? Monorail, Australia? I don't think I've seen any monorails in Australia. All commercial passenger, not defunct. Okay, no, we don't have any monorails in. Oh, I suppose we have them at amusement parks, but I know at the Frankfurt there is one at the airport. Like, Frankfurt, does it go into Frankfurt City or is it just at the airport? Hold on, Frankfurt monorail. Frankfurt monorail. I mean, I'm not a geek. You know, you're leading the conversation, Jonathan. I'm just here for the ride. You get me? Where is it? Skyline. Why are they always called people movers? It sounds so like company commercial, you know, people mover. Sounds so weird. The Skyline people mover highlights. Just a straight line. Does it go into the city though? Tell me. Oh well, I give up. No one cares about Frankfurt anyways. Kind of nerding at trains right now. I've got too many tabs open because of you. You know that? There we go, I closed them all. Are they technically trains though? If you were a true train nerd, you would know that monorails aren't technically trains, nor locomotives. They're completely different things. I really hope I'm correct right now. That was a gambit. That's what we call a gambit. You just lie and hope you're correct. And if you're wrong, then, I don't know, you go cry in a corner. In Australia, we don't have that good public infrastructure. It's a lot of cars, you know. Because we're so big, we've got a lot of cars. Because we've got a lot of cars, it's all roads. I like riding my bike, but sometimes it's hard with all of the cars around. I remember one time at a intersection. This was during school rush hour, right? Because in Australia, you have like a few rush hours, right? You've got morning rush hour, you've got lunch rush hour, which is, you know, the normal times morning rush hour from 5:30 to 8:30, whatever. I don't know. I don't really vibe with morning rush hour. I never really have to go out during morning rush hour. And then lunch rush hour, you know, 12:30, 1:30, whatever. School rush hour, most schools end at 3 o'clock in Australia. And so from 3 to 4, it is horrible. And that's when you got like all of the parent drivers who are like busy and they've got to get back to their work, which they're doing at home or something. And so they're driving like mad people. And then obviously you've got afternoon rush hour, people coming home at about, you know, 5 o'clock to 6:30-ish. But it's during school rush hour and I was going around a roundabout. And it wasn't like a big roundabout because in Australia, a lot of the side streets have just roundabouts at their intersections. You never really see any other cars there, but it's nice to know that there's a roundabout, I suppose. And I had the right of way, right? I had the right of way. So I enter the roundabout. I'm going a solid maybe 20 kilometers an hour because I entered it on a downhill. So it's like not too fast, but for bike standards pretty fast, but for car standards not too fast. My brakes could stop me at an instant. And then someone who doesn't have the right of way, right? They're coming in on my left, which remember Australians drive on the left. In roundabouts, the person on your right has the right of way. I was on their right. I had the right of way. Okay, also, I was in the intersection. Even if they were on my right, I was in the damn intersection. And they don't even slow down to try to give way to any cars that could have been coming. They zoom through that intersection. And I was like half a meter away from leaving a Kaho-sized dent in the side of their car. It was bad. That was probably one of my closest incidents. I don't actually like monorails, but they are just trains. Oh no, but they are trains. Oh, whoops, my bad. My gambit didn't pay off. It's like a single point of failure thing. Like the monorail. Sorry, I didn't see when you sent that message. Are you still talking about monorails? Like the, monorails are just built when there's a single place that's, you can't really add a train, but you still need to move people, so you make a monorail. And you're kind of just sad about it. And all of the locals are just sad about it. Everyone's just sad about it. Here in the roundabout, the car in the roundabouts always have the right of way. Is it different? No. The car in the roundabout always has a right of way. By the way, I was on a bike as well. But yeah, no, bikes, cars, they're treated the same on roads. But... oh... I was like, what's this new message in chat? It's because you're replying to yourself. But no, it wasn't even that. I was both on the roundabout and I was on their right, which means I had double right of way. I wasn't just in the roundabout, but I was also, the right of way. And they didn't even give way. You know how you're supposed to slow down and then you can go slowly. You don't have to come to a full stop, but you have to slow down to see if you can start speeding up again. This car didn't do that. But in Australia, I know roundabouts are pretty efficient. Like if you and another car and you're facing each other, right? Let's draw a diagram. In fact, I still have this open. Let's delete the water hose and the bottles. No. Yeah, okay. And how do I do this? Do I just do this? There we go. And infinite up. Okay, so this is your roundabout, right? Just give me a second. I'm doing art right now. Picasso. This is your roundabout. Remember, cars always drive on the left, and so when you're going around a roundabout, you have to go around it. Well, where's that? Clockwise? You have to go around it that way, right? So, this is me on my bike, right? I'm about here. This is me on my bike, Just imagine me on my bike right there. And then the car, I'm literally here, right? The car is here, just zooming along. So first of all, if I were over, whoops, didn't mean to do that. If I were, say, over here, right? If I were waiting over here, in this little side road coming into the roundabout, that car would still have to give right of way to me because, I'm on their right. But not just that, I was both on their right and in the intersection, and the car still just zoomed on without looking for any me's along the way. Anyways, on defect train can halt all the traffic. Really? Our trains... Oh, on defect trains? Wait, what's a defect train? I'll Google that later. Why are they going in the wrong direction? Look, look. It's pretty strange, you know, we're there with, what, the UK, India, South Africa, I believe, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, all driving on the left side of the road instead of the right side of the road because we're special like that. And that way, you know, we all go on the around roundabouts the other direction as well. It's so strange. I played Euro Truck Simulator once. I kept getting fines for driving on the left side of the road. But then I took the ferry over to the UK and I was like, this feels like home. Driving on the left side of the road. A special kind of stupid. What? Look, it's perfectly fine. It's also kind of sad because the car manufacturers have to place our steering wheel on the opposite side of the car as well, because our steering wheels are on the right side of the car, not the left side of the car, for better visibility. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, I was gonna go, what's a defect train? Or are you saying when train's defect? A defect train can refer to a train that has failed and cannot continue its journey. Okay, but in Australia, train rails are mostly kept separate from our highways. And so, like, obviously a train breaking down can make the other trains on the rail stop working. I once had a friend who was about an hour late to meeting up because they're like, apparently someone was on the tram tracks, because we've also got trams here, right? And they were on the tram tracks and refused to get off. And so none of the trams could get through, so they're all just banked up, and it was a sad moment. Traffic in the train, traffic zone. Okay, well, in, whatchamacallit, let me, because in here, right, so I'm just Googling something. different metros. Why is it? Anyways, a lot of our metro systems sort of, how do I put it? They're quite separate from each other. Like, they're not too intertwined. And so it causes traffic for like some parts, but then other parts it's like one train, you know, breaking down on one track is gonna stop traffic on the other tracks, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Most of the time, if a train were to break down in one track, it would just stop traffic on that one track. Yeah, but metro systems, they're weird. No, only on that. Oh, okay. Well, you know, sometimes we have to deal with it. Sometimes trains can break down, I suppose. Apparently, you know, car traffic is also really bad. I've heard it's apparently illegal to break down or run out of fuel on the Deutsche Bahn. Like, it's not just annoying, but it's really illegal to do it. But monorails often only have one line. Oh, I see. So when a monorail breaks down, it breaks down. That makes sense. Yeah, it'd be a little bit weird if a monorail had more than one line, you know? Considering the whole mono part of the monorail. Die Sorry, I'm trying to put in like a really German accent. Die Autobahn. Is it? Really? I thought it was das. I thought it was Neuter. Am I stupid? Autobahn gender. What's the gender of my Autobahn? It's D. It's feminine. Huh. I thought it was Neuter. Die Autobahn. Autobahn? No. Auto. What did I say? Like, I pronounce it better in English. The Autobahn as with the Autobahn. Yes, you need to go as fast as possible, or you go into the Breakenbaden? Is that just bad break? Is that just bad? Auto as an auto. Oh, so it's pronounced as auto. I can't do it with the German. Like, we're trying to pronounce a German word. I cannot say the word. Wait, so das. I know the word for car, auto is Neuter, right? Right, hopefully. Or is it? No, it's not masculine, right? Car, German gender. Right? It's Neuter, right? Yeah, it's Neuter. Wait, okay, auto. Das Autobahn. Das die Autobahn. Die Autobahn. Why can't I do this? Die Autobahn. Die Autobahn. Und das Auto. I'm just pronouncing in Aussie accent now. Der Wagen. Really? Do people really call cars der Wagen? I imagine most people would call it autos, right? Sorry, just casually adding the S to pluralize auto. But I imagine like Wagen is more for, I suppose, more like, whatchamacallit, like different kinds of cars. Like would a ute, what we call a ute, which is like a tradie van or work van. I don't know if other countries call workers tradies. But you know, like a work van, right? For construction people. We call them utes depending on the kind of car, of course. And they're not all utes. The W in BMW is Wagen. Wow. Wait, it's what? Oh, I forget what the place. The B. B. What was the place in BMW? B. Wait, oh my god, why am I actually... I'm pretty sure it's the M motor, right? BMW acronym. Oh, sorry, initialism. My bad, not technically an acronym, it's an initialism. Bavaria! Sorry, I haven't Googled it yet. Well, I've Googled, but I haven't looked. It's Bavaria, right? The Bavarian motor. Sorry. It's not Bavaria, it seems. Or is, Bayerische. Bayern, right? Bayern is the place. Bayerische is, you know, the saying it's from the place. German word for Bavarian. No, I am correct. It is Bavarian. Yeah. Bayern. I know it's pronounced super funnily. I can't say Bayern correctly. Just know, I know I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, Bayerische Motorenwerke. Wait. The W is not Wagen. It's Werke. What? You lied to me. It's Werke. It's not Wagen. You liar. What about VW? No, Volkswagen. Yeah, I know Volkswagen. Oh, but in Volkswagen it is, yeah. So I like pronouncing it in German. Not most people here say Volkswagen. But I like doing, because in the ads, they get someone with a really smooth voice being like, Volkswagen. There's a saying, Bayerische Mistwagen. What does Mist mean? Let me open up my translate. Mist German translate. Which means like Bayern. What? You guys are mean. Wait, I didn't know that word was. Oh, I see, yeah. Wow. I didn't, maybe I have heard the word before. Have I? I feel like I've heard. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe my perfect memory is failing me, huh? I swear I've read it in like a book or something somewhere. My favorite German word, by the way, I've put much thought into this. My favorite German word is Papplerpapp. It just rolls off the tongue, you know, Papplerpapp. And I used to have a favorite English word, but I forgot what it was. Every time I say the word, I'm like, oh yeah, that's my favorite English word. And then I forget what my favorite English word is. Until I say it again next. Maybe I should write it down at some point. Oh, you know, I still have my keys over here. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. I have a dog. My dog gets super excited when he hears the jingling of keys. And so I kind of feel bad because he probably thinks it's going like, you know, we're about to head out or something. Although I think it's recognized the sound of my keys because I'll often pull out the keys to like lock up my bike or something at home and he'll never like come out to say hello. Whereas when it's, you know, when it's like the keys of my parents, right? when they jingle, because whenever they use their keys, they don't ride bikes, right? So it's always they're about to head outside. And my dog is there in a split second. He is genuinely from deep sleep, like dreaming. Because my dog dreams, right? Sometimes, not every night, but sometimes you'll see him dreaming and he'll be like, you know, yelping in his dream and like, you know, twitching his muscles and whatnot. At least I think that's dreaming. And then the keys will jingle and you can hear, we have floorboards in our house as well. So you can just hear him like sliding and scratching on the floorboards. It's also so funny because a lot of the time where he sleeps, you'll have to like do at least a 90-degree turn, if not a U-turn, to get to the door. And so he'll always just bang into the wall. He'll always just run and bang into the wall. And so you'll hear the keys will jingle, right? Then you'll hear some like, you know, scratching on the floorboards, and then you'll hear big bang. And then my dog will be there. Oh, my dog doesn't have a big brain. His brain to body ratio is quite small. It's getting late here, my sleep schedule is kind of normal, but I really enjoyed the stream. Yeah, I should probably head off somewhat soon as well. Maybe I'll just head off now. Maybe, I know it's a bit hard to keep a conversation by myself. Maybe I'll play a level of, I was playing Scribblenauts yesterday, so maybe I'll play a level of Scribblenauts. That's fun. That way people can give suggestions. But yeah, no, thank you so much for coming along, for chatting. Thank you so much for following. It is, you know, my first ever stream on Twitch. And I'm so thankful I've already got someone on Twitch. So happy to just be here with me, geek out with me. We've geeked out about a lot of things, whether it be trains or time zones, toilets, even bathrooms. But yeah, I'll see you next time maybe. See ya! Bye bye. For the rest of the people here, anyone watching, what do you want to do? Do you want to chat some more? Do you want to maybe play a level of Scribblenauts? Do you maybe want to end up stream now? I don't know, I've still got a little bit longer. I can stream. When is the next time before I go? Oh, I stream nearly every morning at, I'll use GMT, 5 p.m. GMT. Same time that this stream started, actually, because I think you'll hear from basically the start of the stream. Same time as this stream, almost every morning. My Wednesday, your Tuesday, 2 days from now, so the day after tomorrow, I won't be streaming. And then the day after that, I think it'll be a late stream, because I've got a couple things on late at night, so I want to get proper sleep. But apart from that, yeah, nearly every morning at, you know, the same time, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. JST, 10 a.m. Pacific time, and 5 p.m. GMT, but the Pacific time and GMT are the day before. Happy Father's Day for some people still, Australian Father's Day. Happy Australian Father's Day for some people. Okay, I'll probably see you then tomorrow. Bye last time. Thank you. See you. See you next time. Yeah, anyone else? Is there anything you want to do? Do you want to chat some more? Do you want to play Scribblenauts? I probably, or maybe even play Gink. I haven't played Play Gink for a little bit. I played a bit on my own, but I haven't played it. Maybe we can play the monkey one again. What do people want? Play Gink? Or do we want, I could also, no, I'm not really feeling Silksong. If it's only gonna be for a couple, you know, for like 20 minutes or so, I'm not really feeling Silksong too much. Do we want to play with them, you know, do we want to play World of the Ape, Flu in Play Gink? Or shall we play Scribblenauts? I might actually play a level of Scribblenauts. Unless someone, any objections? No, stream delay doesn't even care about your objections. Good. Good. Let's play some Scribblenauts. I love this game. I started it yesterday and man, I love the game so much. But it doesn't quite full screen, so, you know, we're gonna have to deal with that one as well. Whoa. Wait, why isn't it? Huh? Oh, that's so stupid of me. I'm a little bit stupid. Anyways, here's your music. Your Scribblenauts music. Let me make sure that all of my... Yep, that's all good. That's all good. Perfect. I might be a little bit late to responding. I always try to respond to messages, but I might be a little bit late while I'm playing the game. But definitely, I'll try to respond to all the messages I can. All of the comments. What are they called? Chat message? Yeah, no, they're called messages, right? I'm pretty sure they're called messages. I'm like 90% confident they're called messages. Alright, let's go to... Any suggestions? Maybe the desert? The Wild West? Even the pyramids? Let's go to the pyramids. The tomb of I do linguistics and I don't even know this word. Onomatopoeia. The onomatopoeia, for anyone that doesn't know, is when a word represents a sound. So, for example, the word boom, spelled B-O-O-M, is onomatopoeia. Usually spelled in capitals and with an exclamation mark. But yeah, and also animal noises, the word meow, or famously in Japanese, nya. That's also onomatopoeia. So yeah, we're in the tomb of onomatopoeia. Help me decipher these hieroglyphs. Can I just make you really intelligent? Can I just make you really smart? Yeah. What is it? Fog? Statue? Fog robot? What do you want, buddy? I can almost read these hieroglyphs. Can you show me what they mean? I can. It's a snail. I believe it's a snail, right? What's that? Yeah, it's a snail! There we go. You can now play as Maxwell's brother, Tiberius? Wait, how do you say that name? How do you say that name? Alright, let's, where are you? Over here? The Roman? Let's do it. Upper level. Who are you? This trap is dangerous. I put something sticky in there before I lose an arm. Like chewing gum. Is this just an Australian thing, or did everyone, like, in school, you know? Did you guys also have the problem where people would always stick chewing gum underneath tables? And so if you ever had to, like, pick up a table, like, flip it, there'd always be chewing gum under there, and it would be gross and disgusting and, like, dry. Ew. Grave robbers have stolen our furniture. Can you give us something in the same condition as what we have? I can. Let's give you a chair. There you go. And maybe... cornucopia? Okay, a cornucopia? like in the Hunger Games, maybe? Oh, wait, do you want a table, maybe? Table? Yeah, okay. There's a table there. There's a cornucopia on the table. Hello? What kind of furniture do you want? Can you give us something in the same condition as what we have? Does it have to be an old table, maybe? Old table! Huh? Maybe... Oh, I can't. Oh, no, I can. An ancient chair. Oh, there we go. You just want something ancient, I suppose. And is you... Are you okay as well? Mummy? And are you also mummy or are you daddy? No. So I thought they were forming a lovely family, a happy family over here. Okay, how to get upstairs? I have to go through the outside. Also, with this game, as per always, you can always leave suggestions and whatnot. I'm not gonna be like, backseating. Backseating is allowed in this game. Leave your funniest suggestions. I need to get home. Help me contact the mothership. Like with, like, the radio. Here you go. Wow. Opera singing. Oh. Oh. Alright. Just take the pharaohs with you, I suppose. Yep. No, that's okay. Let's put on a jetpack. Oh, a jetpack. Let's put on a jetpack. No. Yeah, no, in Australia it's always, what do you call it? There's always gum underneath the tables. I can't go up top, I have to go down bottom. And it was gross. Not really in public spaces, specifically in high school. Very specifically in high school. Petrified Anubis? Do you need anything? What about you, buddy? What do you need? If I'm unable to correctly predict the future, Pharaoh will have me buried alive. Oh, let's give you a 8 ball. Does that work? There we go. Magic 8 ball. There we go. Oh, it starts snowing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Huh? Is this what the future is? Is it global cooling? Alright, still some more stuff to do, but let's do this mission over here. Help the mortician create an eternal mummy. Let's do it. I watched the video actually, and you know, because people wanted to like see what mummy tastes like, because apparently, you know, the British used to eat mummies a lot, and that's why there aren't many mummies left today. And so they tried to mummify chicken, and apparently it's like super complicated. Like the ancient Egyptians were super smart when it came to preserving the mummies, and yes, they tried doing a chicken, and it worked. It tasted fine, but it's just surprising that they were able to do it in the end anyways. How did the mortician make a mummy? First put someone on high stature in the... Okay, God. God. Like God himself. Next, add something for the mummy to be wrapped in. Okay, well that one's easy. Bandage. Nice and easy. Finally, add a compound to use as enabling fluid, like motor oil. Yeah, like motor oil. Does motor oil work? It does. Look at me with my tongs and my helmet on top of my helmet. It worked. Yippee! Yahoo! I still can't believe the scale of this game, but it makes sense. Once you've drawn like all the objects that you can create, it makes sense that you'd create like a whole bunch of levels. But the game wasn't even that expensive, was it? And I think I ended up paying that much for the game, which is, you know, amazing. Okay, the frogs are endless. Find a way to appease the frog god. Fly. Let's give him a fly. Yeah? Yeah, remove the curse. There we go. Level complete. Level complete. Let's hope. Okay, good. Alright. Let's... What? Wait, what do I have to do? I have to go into the globe. Alright, I'll do a couple more levels and then I'll end stream. I keep saying I'll end up dead. Yeah. Avian C font? Was that font or font? I didn't actually read it properly. Font. Avian C font. Oh. Is it summertime now in the Arctic? I know the Arctic, like, it has 6 months sun and then 6 months night. Give me a zodiac to discover. Lion. Like Leo. Yeah. Yeah. Leo. Do I have to do all the zodiacs? Try to find other zodiac signs. Pisces. What's Pisces? Fish. The animal. Let's see how well I know my star signs. Alright, Pisces. And there's Cancer. How do you do Cancer? Just a 6. Just Cancer. The animal, maybe? Is this gonna work? Yeah, you're happy with that? How many star signs do I know? Let's test it out. Cancer. Other star signs. I'm really wanting... What's the one that's the, Oh, well, you'll tell it to me. Law. Here you go. Does this not work? No. Scales. That's what it is. Scales. Here we go. Give you some scales. Which one is this? Libra. Okay. There's also... Ooh, this is really testing my knowledge. There's Aquis water, I believe. Oh, no, water. Here you go. Right, Aquarius. Yep, Aquarius. There we go. That's, I think, 5 down so far, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 down so far. Only 7 more to go. Uh-oh, this is gonna be tough. What else is there? Pisces, Aquarius. Man, I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm gonna give up. If anyone in chat wants to let me know, what's your star sign? I'll add it in if I haven't already added it in. Daddy crack igloo. What do you want? Maybe to fix igloo? I want a new home. Don't worry, I got you. Mansion. Here you go. Oh, and it's now frozen. The mansion is now frozen. What do you want? Show me something in the solar system to observe. I've already shown you something, haven't I? Maybe the moon? The moon itself? What a tiny moon. Is that not good enough for you? Huh? Wait. Colossal Pisces? Colossal... Is that not enough? Wait, show me something in the solar system to observe. Do I have to put it up high? Huh? Why did the music change? What? Huh? Massive moon. Oh, there you go. You just want it to be massive. Sure, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Alright, this one might be the last level. And then I'll say my goodbyes. I've already done my tongue twister of the day. Are you proud of me? I've already done my tongue twister of the day. What else to do? You are melting. The water level has risen. Find a way to keep me from melting. Let's maybe give you... What's something that's cold? Nitric... Wait, what's it called? Nitric oxygen? No. What's it? Whatever, dry ice. Here's some dry ice. Oh no, the glacier is melting. Raising the water level. Find some way to make it stop. Oh, there we go. Yep, I did it. What's the sun want? The sun doesn't want anything. Also hot sun. Not a cold sun, but a hot sun. Like hot as in pretty? Or hot as in, you know, hot. Pickaxe. Here you go. The Yeti says cheese. Okay, you can have some cheese. Here you go. Does that not make you happy? Tripod. Let me go attach your camera to the tripod. There we go. Are you happy? Are you not happy? You still want to say cheese? What? Give that to me. Oh, whoops. Use. There we go. Proof. Well, almost. Yeah, it's a little bit blurry. Dang, the Yeti ate your photo. Shucks. Alright, let's help the penguin over here. What do you want? I am all dressed up for a formal party. Do you want to be informal? Do you want like a detective hat? Oh, whoops. Detective. No, that is how you spell it. Huh? Whatever. Whatever. Top hat. That's a bit too formal, isn't it? Yeah, you don't want a top hat. You want a cap. No, not a cap. You want a baseball cap. There we go. Does that make you happy? Oh, you want to be formal. So you want some perfume. So you want to be formal. You liar. I've got to use a perfume on him. spray. Are you happy now? And give you back the top hat? Spray you again? What? I'm all dressed up for a formal party. And so you are. What else could you want? Do you want cologne? How do you spell cologne? Cologne. No. There you go. Cologne. Spray you with cologne? Are you happy? What? Maybe give you a tuxedo? Do you want a tux? Oh, you do want a tux. There we go. Emperor Penguin. There we go. What was it called? Ah, I missed it. Help Santa prepare for his big hunt. Santa's flight start. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head off after finishing this level. I'll obviously do my usual outro, so don't worry. You still have me for a little bit longer. Santa's running late. Help him by placing 3 gifts for nice children in the sleigh. Alright, let's do present. Just a general present. No? You don't want a present? Okay. Coal. Not coal either? Shucks. What do kids want these days? Slingshot. Not a slingshot. You want a teddy bear. Here you go. Huh? Huh? Are you not happy with the teddy bear? Huh? What? What? Huh? Wait. Running late. Help me by placing 3 gifts for nice children. What? 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 Toy. Does this work? Huh? Trampoline. Oh, okay. What? What do you want? Place toys for the good children in my sleigh. That's what I've been doing. Toy? Teddy bear? Arcade machine? Are you happy? Are they not in your sleigh? What? What counts as in your sleigh? Oh, that counts as in your sleigh? Whoops, whoops. I'm a little bit stupid. Place something for the naughty children in the sleigh too, just in case. There you go. Already thought about that one. Now it's snowing. I suppose that means we're out the... Is Santa at the North Pole or the South Pole? I always forget. Because there's not really much land at the North Pole. The South Pole has Antarctica, but not much land at the North Pole. Clear the snow out of the runway so I can take off in the sleigh. I got you. I got you. Let's start a wildfire. There's no wildfire? Boo. Let's maybe, just use a lighter, I suppose. What? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me use my lighter. What? What am I doing? Okay, where's my jetpack? Jetpack. What? Why am I just running into the wall? There we go. Burn. Ouch. That hurt me. Burn this one as well. Burn that one. Ouch. Can we stop hurting me, please? Pretty please. Burn this one as well. There we go. This time just his nose won't do. Apparently an adjective to the reindeer that will shine through the fog. Hello, Mr. Reindeer. Add an adjective. You can have an adjective of luminescent. Yep. Pulling out the big synonyms now, not bright, not, you know. Oop, oop. Ho ho ho. Poor Rudolph. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very bright, is it bright red nose? Big red nose? Then one very fateful day, Santa came to say ho ho ho. Now, I also love Jingle Bells Rock. That's a classic. Where's the last activity? Over here, the snowman wants my help. Oh, not snowman just yet. I want to be a snowman, don't you worry. Don't you worry, I got just the thing for you. Oh, whoops. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Here you go. There you go. Stay frosty. Stay frosty. Alright, let's quickly finish off all the other star signs that I didn't do today. And then, yeah, I'll head off. Star signs. Taurus, how did I forget about that one? The bull. We've got Gemini. I'm not quite sure what Gemini symbol is. Scorpio, I know what Scorpio is. Let's do that one. Oh, just Scorpio. Just the animal, please. Oh, okay. I suppose I can just search up the star sign itself and it'll give me the animal. Perfect. I don't know what Sagittarius is. Capricorn. Oh, Capricorn. I know what Capricorn is. Easy peasy. And then Libra. Did I do Libra already? No, I think I did Libra, right? Right. Libra. Cool. Yeah, I did Libra. Okay. Sagittarius. Animal. What are you? You're... Okay, I was not expecting a... What are you called? You're not... You're a centaur. That's what you are. I wasn't expecting a centaur. And... What else? Any Gemini? The stars? Oh, yeah, just have the entire stars. Why not? Why not? Gemini. Is that all of them? Let's see. Wait. I think... Oh, I'm missing Aries. I think I'm missing Aries, animal. Yeah, I haven't done the goat yet. That's my bad. I should have known that one. Is that all of them? No? Wait. I've done Pisces, right? Aquarius, Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, Virgo. Virgo, I haven't done Virgo. Who's the person? What? Huh? What? What's a Virgo person, huh? So all of them. That is all of them. Perfect. Perfect. And I've created the night sky. You found all the zodiac signs. Perfect. Okay, let's end stream now. There we go. Wow, today was an amazing stream. I had so many people come to say hello today. Well, 2 people. No, 3, 4. 4 people, I think. It was so great. Thank you, everybody. Especially thank you to Jonathan and Wiz for being here for so long. You guys can listen to Scribblenauts music, whatever. Thank you for everybody who followed me on Twitch on my first day. On my very first day. Thank you so much. You're all amazing. And thank you so much to just all of you for coming, you know. To everyone who's come today, thank you so much. Everyone who was here for a little bit of the stream and then left as well. Thank you for all of you guys. Been lurking here off and on. Hello. Hello. Wow. So you heard the whole... Wait, when did you get here? You got here after the toilets, right? Right? Hopefully. But thank you for coming and watching. That's funny. Been lurking here on and off. Yeah, thank you for coming. I may have missed that. I think I was the first to follow the... Oh, were you? I see. Wait, weren't you the one who was gonna go to bed? Weren't you gonna go to bed? Or was that someone else? I forget. Someone came here and was like, I'm going to bed. I was like, okay. Thanks for coming and saying hello. Good night. But yeah, no, thank you for watching. Today was so fun. I got so many people coming to watch my very first day on Twitch. And I was told, you know, people have always been like, you know, Twitch is so hard to get people to watch you, but you've all been so amazing. You've all come and like given me a try, whether you found me through Twitter or through just general recommendations or found me through YouTube. Thank you so much. That was just Jonathan, I think. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I think it was Disfistry. Disfistry. I don't know if you called them, but they came in to the stream at some point and said hello. And was like, it's 2 a.m. here, but I'm gonna go to bed, but hello. I don't understand why everyone comes in to watch my streams in the AMs. Like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Why? I suppose it makes sense. I'm the same. I stream in the super early AMs, but it's funny nonetheless. And, yeah, today was fun just chatting to everyone, playing a little bit of Scribblenauts at the end there. But I'm a little bit hungry now. I think I should go eat. Whew, yeah. Today, I normally do a tongue twister every stream, but I've done so many tongue twisters this stream that I don't think I need to do another tongue twister. Anything else I gotta say? Yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll see everybody when I see you next time. Oh, final words, by the way. Final words. Any final words while I'm saying this? Thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time I stream almost every day at 2 a.m. JST, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. GMT. I won't be streaming in a couple days from now, and the day after that I'll be streaming maybe a super long stream. Maybe we do a 10-hour stream. How does that sound? 10-hour stream on my Thursday, your guys' Wednesday. I'm free the whole day, so maybe. Maybe that'd be too much. And yeah, thank you everyone for coming along. It genuinely makes me so happy every time someone comes along, someone says hello. It makes me super happy. So thank you everyone for coming along. And yeah, I will see you when I see you next. Until next time, and bye bye. Oh, you know what? I'll go to, hold on. I see your message. I'm gonna get a... Here we go. Wow, now no one else can see your message, huh? You've really been keeping busy? Yeah, I've been keeping busy. Yeah, making sure to do everything I need to do. Okay, bye-bye. This ending screen will stay up for like maybe another 30-40 seconds. Just in case people want to cool down after my stream. I don't think I'm gonna raid anyone. I don't think there's anyone to raid. Unless, do you want me to raid someone? Pixie Sticks? I feel a bit awkward. They're gonna get a notification and be like, yeah, one person has raided. This person with like 2 viewers has raided you. And I'd feel super awkward about it. Maybe we'll leave it for now. Okay, bye-bye.